news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is News Round Dennis Settle. Government officials led by Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha and his Interior counterpart Dr. Fred Matiang'i are this morning expected to lead their colleagues across the country in supervising the start of the KCPE examinations. CS Magoha maintains that the government is ready to administer the exams, especially in some areas that face security challenges such as the Kerio Valley. Today, Magoha will be in Kakamega County and will oversee the exercise there. CS Matiang'i will be in Machakos and will start in Yata, where the exams will be distributed from. ICTCS Jomusheru will be in Kajiado County with Kenya National Examination Council Chairperson John Nsati leading the event in Meru County. The students will start the exam with mathematics, then English and end with English composition. We wish the students the very best as they start their exams today. Now, Deputy President William Ruto now says ODM leader Raila Odinga had settled for a retirement package during the handshake talks with President Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto is currently in the United Kingdom, where he is expected to meet Kenyans living there. Had Anya told Kenyans living in the US the details contained in the handshake agreement between Odinga and President Kenyatta. He said that Odinga and President Kenyatta went behind his back to formulate agreements of a handshake that he was not well aware of. Now, Speaker of the National Assembly Justin Muturi now is calling for tolerance and peace during the campaign season. The Democratic Party presidential aspirant cautioned that sustained acrimony and name-calling would lead to the country's instability. He urged supporters of rival politicians not to accept being used to cause violence, noting that politicians remain friends and eat together even after they speak ill of each other in campaign rallies. Now, the Service Party has pledged to enter into coalitions with other parties after the August 9th general election. TSP leader Mwangi Kinjuri said that they will neither join Azimio la Umoja nor Kenya Kwanza during the electioneering period. Kinjuri said they are gauging the country's two main coalitions and will make the right decision on which one they will align to after the polls. Speaking after meeting senior leaders of Kikuyu Council of Elders in Nyeri Town, the former Agriculture Cabinet Secretary said that it is not a must that TSP joins any political coalition and that they will enter into a coalition with interested and verified partners from August 10th onwards. Kinjuri, who is also eyeing for the Laikipia East parliamentary seat, said the party is making proper preparations so as to clinch many political seats during the elections. Now, ODM Deputy Party Leader Wycliffe Oparanya has assured aspirants seeking the party ticket of free, fair and transparent nomination process during the party primaries. He said the party has put in place measures to ensure the exercise is credible to produce strong candidates who will win more seats during the August polls. He noted that no aspirant will be given special preference, dismissing claims that some aspirants have been given direct nominations. The Kakamega governor said the Azimio la Umoja team will ensure that they garner more seats and elect Raila Odinga as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. He said as party members, they will contribute immensely towards the success of Odinga to clinch the presidency. Now, detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Homicide, Ballistic and Special Crimes Department combed the scene of the murder of 66-year-old director of Ndaruk Plantations, Sudhir Shah in Juja, Kiambu County. Sudhir Shah sustained fatal injuries when a gang riding on a motorbike reportedly sprayed him with bullets on his head and stomach, leaving him for the dead. He was rushed to the Thika Memorial Hospital where he succumbed. The incident took place near the plantation, according to John Gashomo, the head of investigations at the DCI headquarters in Nairobi. He said Shah was in the company of 9 other persons and a plantation director who have since recorded statements with the police. He said investigations are ongoing to ascertain the motive for the killing. The DCI has urged the public to volunteer information that could lead to the arrest of the culprits. Across the borders, and Somalia is in the middle of its worst drought in decades, with millions of people in need of aid and thousands on the brink of starvation. The United Nations estimates 4.3 million Somalis are affected by the drought and more than 500,000 displaced. Baidoa already hosts 400,000 internally displaced Somalis, but more people affected by drought are flocking to the town every day in search of food, water and shelter. And the UN says 1.5 million people have now fled Ukraine even as Russia stepped up its shelling of cities across Ukraine. The UN warned that the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is the fastest growing refugee crisis since World War II. Attempts to evacuate civilians from the besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol failed again and repeated ceasefire violations. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Have you seen them? Am I lying?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say. Good
Thank
job.
you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Evan Wasingishi was asking me what channel is SpiceFM.
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have
What
you.
a beautiful studio, my friend.
I've been to other radio stations, but I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you, and it's very nice to be in a modern studio. Absolutely brilliant.
And I have to say, it's a very cool ambiance here in your radio room. Just for our listeners, I think it is below zero in this room here. Very Swiss temperatures.
Monday morning, first complete week of the month of March. And what are we looking at on the roads this morning? Nothing has built up just yet, except on Jogger Road. Of course, we're seeing a little bit of action here and there. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Likely to see some movement on Uhuru Highway in the next few minutes. And that's going to go all the way from the Nyeri roundabout out towards Westlands. It's already looking at it's going to pile up quite some on the thicker superhighway as well. Going towards the Utali Drift, already seeing some traffic there. And it's a bumper-to-bumper situation as you're getting towards the Pangani underpass. And then out towards the Outer Ring Junction, that's already picking up as well. How about we take a look, see what Monday's going to look like in about half an hour or so. Nothing too crazy at the moment, but you want to pack up for it just in case. We'll look at other parts of the city. Help us out here, guys, on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving this Monday.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It's Monday and it's 7 minutes after 6 o'clock on the 7th of March, 2022. And it's still dark out. The days are longer, the nights are shorter, but here we are. Good morning. Good morning, CT. The days are longer, the nights are shorter. It happens around this time every year. As the seasons change, the hours or daylight is longer. Voila. So when you say daylight, obviously you're talking about day, not night. So the daylight hours are longer. That's why you find like it's 7 o'clock, 7:30, and you can still see traces of the sun.
So why is it still dark?
It's still dark because the time of the night, maybe take it about 6 o'clock. You can see the sun is coming out in some parts. Good morning.
Good morning. So the sun rears its head early.
The sun doesn't rear its head. The sun doesn't go anywhere. The earth is what moves.
Nani?
It's okay. Yeah, you go with the story.
Do get to the program, please.
What are you saying, Ndu? You're saying that it's still dark outside because days are longer.
Daylight is longer.
And it's still dark outside at 6:02.
No, at this time.
At
you
6:10.
Why are you angry? On a Monday morning at 9 minutes
I'm
after
not
6.
angry. I'm just
because if it's longer, it should start early.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
And the sun should be rising earlier and setting later.
Yes.
It does set
that
later.
makes it longer day.
It's setting later.
Okay. So are there times of the year when the sun rises earlier? Okay. According to you, when the earth moves, wherever it's moving quickly, so that the sun rises earlier.
This is how you people have chosen to start Monday morning, Abi.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm asking you, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Is your day longer or your night shorter?
No, it's the evenings that are longer. No, in fact, the evenings are not longer. It is the sunlight which is longer.
It is the sun that is slow.
Yes,
Or
and
the
by
earth-
the way, the sun doesn't move.
The earth
It
is
is
slow
the earth
in
that moves
going
around
towards
the
the
sun.
sun, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
So those friends of ours whom we were talking with on the weekend who told us the earth was flat, they can go and live on that earth. This earth moves around the sun.
How was your weekend, City?
Super.
Clearly.
Kabisa. And yours, Ndu?
Fine, thank you.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Okay. That's a good thing.
You know, we are being sulked for here.
Because we are the ones who are longer than, than the daylight.
Okay, may the sulk also be long. How was your day? Did you have a good weekend?
Hey. Welcome to the Situation Room, everybody. Karibuni sana. We have interesting conversations. Good to have you on the show. Hoping that you had a lovely weekend and you're going to have a lovely week ahead. As Ndu said, it's the 7th day of March, 2022. 7 days into March. How many days to the end of March? President Uhuru Kenyatta is going to be doing what? He's going to be driving.
Yes.
Or not?
Completed the expressway.
Which one?
This one. From Machakos Junction to Rironi, my Mahu.
Turn off.
My Mahu.
Yes. This is what he said.
24 days to go.
It's him who said it. You want to hear what he said? This is what he said.
And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated date of March for completion of this road is bound to be met. And I will be very proud to be able, as Waziri here again has said, to drive all the way from Machakos turnoff, all the way to Rironi, and hopefully at that point, launch the road from Rironi to Mau Summit, thereby reducing the gridlock that people have experienced that has added to the cost of doing business in our country. That
was President Uhuru Kenyatta. This is what he said on the 23rd of December, 2021. We're in March, Mr. President. Anyway, we'll talk about this and others in the course of the show. Let's talk about COVID.
All right, let's look at global numbers. 446 million total cases around the world, 446,612,241. The world has recorded 6 million deaths from COVID-19. Just looking at a chalk-up of those numbers, again, we're looking at the release of mask restrictions and public place restrictions in very many countries around the world. Again, the US is 12,000 shy of 1 million deaths from COVID-19. Not a good number to be looking at, but those are the statistics that we see currently. Have you heard of the Chatham Islands?
The who?
No, I didn't make it up. Have you heard of the Chatham Islands?
Do they also have long days?
Oh, here we go. So, it's one of the world's most remote places. It's 800 kilometers east of New Zealand.
East of New Zealand.
Right. You know where New Zealand is?
Yes.
My goodness. So
east 800 of kilometers east of New Zealand.
So that is closer to the sun.
So east of New Zealand.
Right.
So is it anywhere near New York?
Should be actually. No, well, closer to LA. 800 kilometers east of New Zealand.
So it's somewhere in the South Pacific. All right?
What? It must be Tuesday there.
It must be Tuesday.
What happened to this island?
Right. So, it's an isolated nation, of course, territory, and it had so far evaded COVID. Now, nearly 2 years after dodging COVID-19, one of the world's most remote inhabited places in the world has recorded its first ever cases of COVID-19. This is an interesting name.
What's the population in that country?
I'll tell you in just a minute.
Okay, that town.
600 permanent residents. The whole country.
How big is that place? Big enough. Huh?
No, it's okay to at least hold 600 people. Okoh, otherwise known as the Chatham Islands, are just home to roughly 600 people. The Canterbury District Health Board confirmed 2 of its residents and they tested positive for the virus over the weekend and are now isolating and being supported. The streets of the largest settlement, Waitangi, were quiet on Monday with very few people around. Chatham, they even have a mayor, and her name is Monique Kroon. She said some of the people were really worried, and for others, they were prepared and quite comfortable. It's certainly not the best news, but we have prepared for this. Kroon could not give further details about the cases that only one person had tested positive off the island. New Zealand had, of course, recorded a rapid rise in cases since the Omicron variant in January, and so this could have seen why we had the Chatham Islands then getting this infection. But 2 years, none of their people had ever gotten it. It was interesting to see that a place which hardly anybody ever goes to or hardly anybody lives on then get COVID.
So who traveled?
Well,
those 2 people, what's their travel history?
She did not give, she refused to talk about the travel history, but what they had said previously was that it's possible that they saw from the large numbers coming off of New Zealand. But in terms of details, who traveled, who came?
This word...
We don't get this.
This word remote, it has some really negative connotations. Remote backward. From where exactly?
Remote means backward.
Yes.
In some books.
Yes. No, that's a strong implication.
Yeah.
Because
it's like, we are shocked that this place so remote could even have a mayor.
Precisely. Meaning this
and
place
a town that has a name.
In fact, we're even surprised that the human beings who are there are actually human beings.
So it's possible that it's tourists who came. Must be a tourist destination.
It is.
Anyway.
According to them and some of the pictures that we've seen, you could liken it to like the U.S. Virgin Islands or the Falkland Islands. Beautiful beaches, things like this, very few people. People ride around with like one vehicle.
But only 600 permanent residents.
600 permanent residents, that's what we're talking about. So
for the longest time.
And also related to the Maui, who closest in New Zealand. So, yes.
This Western idea of describing places is particularly interesting. And also, this war that we have in Ukraine has brought this to the fore. Okay, the Western concept of remote. Which part of this planet is not remote?
It's all relative.
We are all remote.
Remote from where? Yes. Far away from where? It really depends on what your scope of perspective is.
Remote is uninhabited. 600 people. And you're saying it's uninhabited. Those are many people.
Yeah?
Anyway.
No, it's the remotest inhabited part.
No.
18 after 6 is okay, City. Take a break. Let's take a breather. Let's take a look at the weather. Let's even look at the weather in Chatham Islands, shall we? So you tell us. You'll tell us?
I'll tell you.
Okay. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and we're also having conversations on Twitter, SpiceFM KE, Instagram, SpiceFM KE, wherever you're tuned in, whether on SpiceFM. Say hello to us. We'll be doing our roll call shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. SpiceFM.
It's getting hot in here. Oh, everybody steals. It's better a thief who brings something small back. And I say to myself, there's no better thief. A thief is a thief, period.
All those bribes, how much they are getting per year, how much inconvenience they are causing, as much as you call it a small case, it's worth it to be convicted.
The truth is, we are a tribal nation. Because if we were not tribal, and I want to go back to this, you cannot continue walking around with a mug which is clean outside and it's rotten inside.
We have become a fuliza country. We have mortgaged our country because of debt.
You've got one chef working, and the assistant chef, wakati anatakana koroge unga nini hayuko.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Clear conditions in Nairobi this morning. We will see later highs of 28 and lows of 15 at 14 degrees. Nakuru is clear, highs of 29 and lows of 13. 11 degrees and clear in Nyeri, highs of 28 and lows of 10. Looking into Eldoret, clear at 14, highs of 27 and lows of 11. Partly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 26. We'll see highs of 31 and back down to lows of 35. It's partly cloudy, mostly cloudy in Malindi at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25. Kisumu is clear at 20, highs of 31 and lows of 19. And we're looking at clear conditions at 15 in Kakamega, highs of 33 and lows of 15. All right, so in Kampala it's mostly clear at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 19. While in Dar es Salaam it is clear at 26, highs of 32, back down to lows of 26. Joburg, clear at 14, highs of 25 today. Lagos, mostly clear at 26. We'll see highs of 33. Kinshasa is clear at 24, highs of 32 and lows of 24. Looking into Beijing, 13 degrees, getting warmer and warmer, highs of 17 today and lows of -2 going into Monday afternoon. It's 1 degree and clear in Paris, still a bit frosty, highs of 8 and lows of 0. While in London, 5 degrees and mostly cloudy, highs of 7 and lows of 5. And in New York, it's 16 degrees and clear, also getting warmer here, highs of 18 and lows of 3. It's 21 degrees on the Chatham Islands, and it's mild weather this afternoon, seeing highs of 19 and lows of 15.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Twenty-one after 6.
Victor is locked from Siaya County, and he says he's addicted to the show. Vincent Ogutu Butula is locked and tuned in this morning. Alex, we see you on fire this morning. Machakos, Kola, Tunawapata, Viema. Somebody else in Machakos, and that's Ashley this morning, says, good morning, happy new week with endless possibilities, with new possibilities. We see you, Phil, tuned in from Imakasi. MCR, good morning. You're in Nairobi. Wow. Okay. Nyali, not so interesting this weekend. Chris, also see you tuned in from Nairobi this morning. And Benson, David, we see you as well. Sir Harren, top of the morning to you, sir. Kisumu is awake now that you are. We see that. Inspector Pascal, we see you. Good morning. Tuned in. Vincent, also good morning to you. From Meru. Is it from Meru that you can see the caps of Mount Kenya? Or you can, like, very, very clearly, not like what you see here when you're, or you can see it much clearer from there. Yeah?
And from Nanyuki as well.
Nanyuki even
voila.
Clearer. Narumoro, even clearer.
Voila. That's where David is this morning, and he says, good morning to you. Buyayi Marachi Butula. That's where Simon Murakana is tuned in from this morning. Bright and early, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Good morning, folks. Thanks for joining us.
Everybody, Karibu City.
Indeed.
Where are we today?
Today we are in Morocco.
Okay.
Morocco.
Okay. When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
When the stomach gets full,
it tells me to
sing.
Yes.
Okay. What does it tell you to do when it's empty?
Sing too.
No, actually, you could also sing on an empty stomach. It's just that the song will be different.
It'll be wailing.
Moaning.
Growling.
And a gnashing of teeth.
Yes. Okay. From Morocco, when the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, if you want to get access to the Standard e-paper from wherever you are, the Standard e-paper, you just turn the pages like you're turning the physical pages of a paper. It's available on the Google Play Store and Apple App Store, or you can just go to www.standardmedia.co.ke, get access to the website, and you have the content available there as well. What's in the headlines?
All right, so this story is covered by The Nation, and on the front page of The Nation, inside the Yala killing fields. We saw this story a couple of months ago, and So there was, an uproar. What's going on here? How is it that you're able to find so many bodies at one time? So there's an investigation that has revealed uncomfortable truths about the identities of dozens of young men killed and dumped in river in Siaya, including 3 shared criminal pasts, and how the common thread of death by strangulation points to ruthless execution squad. Could this journey into the underworld reveal their killers? That's the question. At least 96 families had presented DNA samples to the authorities in the hope of identifying the remains of their loved ones by Monday last week. The identities of 7 bodies have already been confirmed. They are Georgia Bongo, Eric Omeno, Margaret Atieno, Titus Lesutha, Philip Chepkwon, Peter Mutuku and Erastus Durango. Almost all the victims of these brutal death squad had a criminal past, which raises questions about who would have wanted the dozens of young men, but deviant men, bar one woman, dead. So if you look into the details of this story, all the victims that the week-long investigation identified were strangled and their bodies stashed in sacks before being thrown into the raging waters of the river. They came as far from the scene of their death as Nairobi, and some had criminal pasts into the coastal town of Mombasa. The fact that they were all strangled points to a meticulous but ruthless killing squad that has eliminated anyone who has dared stand in its way. Its victims range in profile from small-time business people to truant police officers and their friends. At the small mortuary in Yala, their bodies have been piling for weeks. Some hard to identify without DNA tests. Only one of the victims was a woman. Her past, unlike that of the young men with whom she now shares a cold mortuary room, remains cloudy. Philemon Cheriot Chepkwon and Peter Mutuku Kyo were last seen on December 3rd, leaving Nairobi for Nakuru. Edwin Kamande had offered to give them a ride in a white Toyota Hiace, registration number KAT390. The three's mission to Nakuru remained unknown, and little is known on how they ended up as friends, whose journey would be cut short, with one of them disappearing completely. Chepkwon ran an electronics shop and a wines and spirits outlet in city's Pipeline neighborhood, while Kyo ran a matatu in Dandora. Nobody knows how they ended up in the river, dead. But each
they
of
were
the
going to Nakuru.
Yes.
They bought a white pickup.
Mm-hmm.
And then?
They bought a white pickup, so they headed in, right? Their bodies were then discovered in Yala River. Both Chepkwon's and Kyo's hands had been tied at the back. Kamande has never been found, and it is feared his body was either washed away by the raging waters or it was dumped elsewhere. The Toyota was later discovered in Gilgil, while their bodies were dumped more than 350 kilometers away. Chepkwon had been tortured, and even identifying him was a challenge. His brother Mishak at the Yala Hospital mortuary, Kyo was once a police constable based in Mombasa, but was interdicted in 2015 after being arrested numerous times for armed robbery, while Chepkwon was an officer with the General Service Unit in Nairobi.
Okay. Former cops.
Sticky, yes.
Interdicted because of allegations of crime. Never taken to court, though.
No. Never taken to court, never stood trial, never convicted for anything. Few years tumble down the line, and he's hanging out with a friend, and they're going to Nakuru. They end up in the river, dead, having been tortured. And this is the story of many of the other victims that were found in the river. Difficult to find any of the bodies. So we're talking about 67 bodies, and each and every one of them, there's evidence of torture on their bodies. Right?
Okay.
So it gets stickier and stickier, and the question is, what is going on here?
How are they ever going to be able to tell what exactly happened to these people?
Who is supposed to tell?
The police.
Investigating officers, of course.
Precisely. And these two individuals, one could argue, are their own.
Mm-hmm.
Former.
Their own.
The ones were.
I'm sticking with that one. Their own.
It's interesting because the last paragraph of this article reads thus: "We may never know the answers to these questions, but the lifestyles of the 5 of other people whose bodies were dumped at the river offer some clues and perhaps point to who may have wanted them dead." I'm just going to go back and tell you that. They were able to get any profiles of... So This year alone, 7 more bodies have been found. That one is not additional to the 67 previously, right? At least 96 families have presented DNA samples to the authorities in the hope of identifying the remains of their loved ones. 7 bodies have been identified by last week. They were George Abongo, that I had read earlier, and these 3 gentlemen also that we talked about. Their dealings and the manner in which they had met their deaths will be the first time be able to provide clues on who wanted them dead, why, and the muscle to dump bodies at the river. Omeno's sister-in-law, Mary Akoth, observed, "There is no criminal, however powerful, with the capacity to kill 3 people at a time and dump their bodies every 3 days at the same spot for months." When asked what Omeno did for a living, one said he was an interior designer, while the other said he was an architect. Abongo, they added, was a contractor who drilled boreholes. While we were unable to get any other contradictory profile of Omeno, apart from the fact that he had once vied for an MCA's position and lost in the primaries, Abongo was well known within Kisumu's social circles. He was flamboyant, splashed money on expensive drinks in nightclubs, and drove a black Toyota Crown. He was always in the company of suspected fraudsters at a bar in Lolwe Estate and had several run-ins with the law. Those they spoke to said if he was a known criminal, he had never been arrested and prosecuted. Said he had powerful friends at the Kisumu Central Police Station.
Okay. We all know what's the story saying. We can all tell what the story is telling us. Let's take a break. We'll talk about it shortly. It's 29 minutes to 7. Kenya's biggest conversation, the situation room. How are the roads looking like? Has the sun come out? It's still dark outside.
It's getting lighter.
Imagine. It's 29 to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the Situation Room, the only
Building
way
up
to
here
start
and there
your day.
on Hoo Highway, getting into the city and then out towards Westlands is where you'll see a lot of the action right now. We're also going to see some of it on Mombasa Road today. So there's closure of roads here and there as they continue with the construction. So, keep your wits about because you might get to the junction and find it's closed and have to find your way out. And then a particular overpass has also been completed. So folks are having to go the long way and then come back up inbound on Mombasa Road. You'll find that out as you wake up this morning. I'm sorry that there was no previous, communication, but that's about the size of it. Well, so we're looking at traffic this morning. It's building up on the Eastern Bypass. Looks good on Juja Road, coming out then towards Outer Ring. The Thika Superhighway building up, going towards Allsops, out then towards the Outer Ring Junction. That continues Githurai and beyond today. Kiambu Road, are we seeing some action? Yes, we are. It's building up here and there. Kiambu Road. Then we're also coming out of Westlands on Waiyaki Way. We see some traffic there. Ring Road Westlands still looks pretty good. You might want to take advantage of that right now. James Gishuru heading out then towards Waiyaki Way is not too bad this morning. So it looks like Monday might not be too crazy a day, but we're going to keep our fingers crossed and see how it pans out going towards 7 o'clock. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 27 to 7. There's good news, though, even as we talk about all these things, okay? The DCI have a new forensic lab. It was supposed to be officially launched by President Uhuru Kenyatta last week. It was postponed and a new date has not been set. But this is a journey that has taken forever to get here. But they tell us that we now have forensic lab. The completion of the ultra-modern forensic police lab, the DCI headquarters, is expected to be a game changer in fighting serious crimes such as murder, rape, robbery, violence, and arson. One of the biggest obstacles to the delivery of justice has been the failure by police to link suspects to crimes, which remain prevalent even after Kenya achieved the police-to-civilian ratio of 1 to 450, as recommended by the United Nations. Investigations into serious crimes like murder, arson, rape have been slowed down by a lack of police capacity to analyze samples and other forms of evidence collected from crime scenes. However, this is set to end once the National Forensic Laboratory on Kiambu Road is officially commissioned. This lab has 10 specialized forensic units that complement each other. These are different units dealing with fingerprint identification, forensic document examination, ballistics, forensic chemistry, forensic biology, imaging and acoustics, evidence management, crime scene investigations, digital and handling of bomb and other hazardous materials. Even cases involving DNA will now be speeded up. Okay? It has been a long journey. And now that we're talking about the River Yala and the other places where people's bodies are found, they say that now with this lab, we're going to be able to do CSI
stuff.
Proper CSI stuff. Okay. This is one of those Anglo-leasing type projects that had taken forever. Completion of the forensic lab, whose construction work started when Mwai Kibaki was president. It'll be easier for police and courts to deal with paternity disputes, identify and convict criminals, and exonerate persons mistakenly accused or convicted of various offences. This project was initiated when Daniel Arap Moi was president. It started in the 1990s. It stalled until 2015. The project was dogged by controversy, including the infamous Anglo-leasing scandal, which rocked President Mwai Kibaki's administration, following allegations that money had been lost in the procurement of the lab and other security projects. The total cost of this lab was budgeted at 4.1 billion shillings, according to information provided by Parliament by government officials. 2015, construction of the building that was to host the lab at the DCI headquarters on Kiambu Road completed. Building completed 2015. Equipping of the lab started in 2015 and now completed in 2022. George Kinoti, the DCI boss, says the lab will be a game changer, of course, plus everything else. It was to be launched by the president last week. That thing halted. New date, we'll talk about it later.
1990 what?
1990s.
30-something years, folks.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you know it isn't the only project that has taken that long?
That's what I was about to say. How many more of these are hanging around waiting for somebody to inject, the impetus of completion so that we can now say, let's have these things working?
The thing that I wondered about, though, do we have the human resource capacity to manage these labs, to use its full capacity? Because clearly, if you build such a lab, it must meet international standards, which means the people who helped us put it up were not necessarily all Kenyans. We had foreign companies coming in to help us put these things in place. Again, my question, will we have the human resource capacity to be able to manage it and utilize the capacities?
Do they require the specialized training?
They do. They do very specialized training. Very. Because if it's a spanking modern lab, just understanding the equipment alone, forget the subject you may understand, understanding the equipment, understanding what needs to be done. Then what will follow is the products that are required to make sure it works. The building, equipment, that one can be in place. But now, to see it doing what it's supposed to do.
I guess the further training is basically at that point of commissioning, is you commission the people on how to use the equipment that you've installed there, right? Because like you said, the basic training is there. The basic training, we had Dr. Kizi Shako here, who works with the police. We had the other CSI investigator here. And even DCI, they are trained on how to conduct some basic investigations. Now, when you say imaging and acoustics, forensic document examination, do we have forensic auditors and investigators in Kenya? We do.
Let me explain to you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
It's making the work easier for them, therefore training them on how to use this specific equipment.
Yes.
And hoping that this specific equipment is actually all those things that you said, world standards. That's hoping that this equipment is world standard. It's modern and current.
I wouldn't actually have this knowledge, except I remember once talking to a friend of mine who worked for the Air Force, and for the longest time. And some friends of mine who worked for the Navy. So every so often, they'd be out of the country. And so I would ask, so the Air Force fellow, why? He said, we are buying some new planes. I said, so? He said, well, actually, I'm an engineer, but we have these pilots. Before the plane actually gets here, he said, we're going to fly it.
Yep.
We need to go to the country where we're getting it from so that we are very familiar. And it's not one or two of us, so that we are familiar with the plane.
Yeah.
He said, we will have a pilot from that particular place with us, but we are the ones who are going to fly it back to Kenya. Same with the ships. You actually trained in that particular ship, so you know. By the time you're sailing that ship, you're not guessing. You know exactly what you need with that ship.
Yeah.
It is that I'm speaking of. So
Kenya Airways has the same with the Boeing and Embraers and the Canadian
the Dreamliner and all those things. Yes.
Those pilots who pilot the Canadian jet, you hear that they've gone to Canada for some specialized training, or to Brazil for Embraer, or to the US for Boeing, or they've had the Boeing simulator here at JKIA. So yeah, get what you're saying. Okay. What are you looking at?
I am looking at something very interesting. Remember, one of the things that we keep reading about in this country is the things that are going wrong. Well, let's start off this Monday on a good note.
Some good note?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You've heard of KWAL, Kenya Wines Agencies Limited?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that Kenya Wine did, it was a stockist of sorts for all sorts of alcoholic beverages that came into the country. Now, something is happening in the KWAL atmosphere. Okay? And this is what's happening. The headline in the what is this thing called?
It's Business
The
Day.
Business Day.
On page 2, it says, Kenya KWAL eyes local manufacturing with 1B Tattoo City factory. Okay. Kenya Wine Agencies Limited will start local manufacturing of most of all important brands after acquiring 1 billion shilling property in Kiambu. Okay. The strategy shifts focus and it follows supply constraints of its wines and spirits brands in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic that led to an increase in shipping delays from 1 to 3 months. Meaning COVID opened their eyes. And they now realize that perhaps what they need to do is, instead of waiting for this to happen again, why don't they just do the bottling locally?
Okay.
Yes. Now, why do I think this is a good story? If you have a local factory that does this, you will have employment.
Okay.
And more people will get employed.
Okay.
And you'll meet the needs of a local market. What I'm wondering, though, because that isn't indicated here, is whether these products will actually be cheaper.
What I'm also actually just thinking about is Kenya Wine Agencies is an old company.
Very.
It was founded in 1969. You want to tell me since 1969 Kenya Wine Agencies has not been doing local manufacturing?
I think you have asked a question and you have the answer.
Because I thought that there's some stuff that they actually do manufacture locally, unless they're saying that they want now to be importing raw grapes this time to be making the wines. Or having some local vineyards somewhere in Kiambu, in Ruiru.
Actually.
Yeah? What is this new development going to do?
I think they're going to simply import whatever it is that gets bottled, and they're going to bottle it locally here. Because there's indication that they're going to source raw materials, bottles, labels. These are raw materials. And locally, now, if bottles, we already manufacture bottles, we know. We have many factories that manufacture bottles. Raw materials like labels, surely. Of course we have labels. But what gets into the bottles?
The content.
But what have they been doing since
All this
1969?
time, what has been happening? How have they been doing it?
They import.
Qual is not a labels manufacturer.
No.
Qual is not a bottle manufacturer.
No, they've been
So what have they
importing
been
these
doing?
products whole. You buy it already bottled,
So they're like a national.
or you buy it already boxed.
So they're a distributor.
That's something.
They've been a distributor all this time.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
No, but there's stuff that I'm sure there's
Surely
stuff
there
that
must
they
be stuff that they
manufacture.
produce in terms
In
of
the
content.
recent years, there have been things that they have manufactured locally.
Yeah.
But when you say manufactured, you see,
Yeah.
I'm asking the question, and that Eric is asking, as in, do they bottle the stuff locally, or do they make it from until?
I'm trying to go to their website. You know, I have to say I'm 18 and above.
You are 18 and above.
And we have to
You
do
say that you are.
cookies or brands. So
One of the things that they
okay,
actually
the
package,
brands.
for instance, you've heard of some beverages, something called Hunters.
Yes.
So they package that.
They produce it also.
They produce it here locally.
Yes, Savannah
Good.
Dry Brand. Have you heard of Savannah?
Uh-huh.
They produce that one locally.
Well, all right then. I
Yeah.
thought so. Yeah.
Yes.
They do produce quite a lot.
Hey. Okay.
Nisa.
They celebrate the groundbreaking of 4 billion shilling new facility at Tatu Industrial Park, blah, 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 blah. But now their press release starts with some stories. The Qual team hosted a glamorous virtual event to celebrate and award the best performing employees. The headline of this press release is about Tatu City. I'm not even going to read it.
But let me just mention something. You need to understand that 55% of Qual is actually owned by a South African beverage firm called the Standard Group. The Kenya government, through ICDC, that is the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, own 42.65%. Yes.
Yes.
So for the longest time, we believe that it is a local organization. It isn't. It's just nestled here.
Yeah, well, it's just that the majority right now is at Distill, but ICDC is the one that started Qual. ICDC with very many years has been controlling Qual.
They are the local partners, and
which is equals to government.
Which is equal. But you see, the dream of ICDC and the thinking behind it was so advanced and so ahead of its time. Government partnering with commercial enterprises.
Yep.
Okay? Anyway, a different story for yet another day.
14 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick one and then we look at more headlines.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
It's 13 to
FM,
7.
Nairobi.
KCPE kicks off today, as we know. I believe candidates will start their exams on the dot of 8 o'clock. KCPE kicks off as Insecurity stalks candidates in Baringo and Isiolo, unfortunately. Over 1.2 million candidates will begin their KCPE examinations this morning in 28,316 examination centres across the country. They were taken through the rehearsal on Friday last week and will sit their paper mathematics from 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. After going through a crash program during the disruption of the academic calendar by the COVID-19 pandemic, the candidates will sit the examinations for the next 3 days. This year's examinations will be administered against the backdrop of heightened election campaigns, forcing Education Cabinet Secretary George Magoha to ban rallies at schools functioning as examination centres. There are 33,755 more candidates registered for the examinations this year than those who sat the 2020 edition, representing a 2.7% increase. The Kenya National Examinations Council boss David Jengere told the nation that all preparations are complete and that county directors of education and their TSC counterparts have briefed the centre managers, supervisors and invigilators on their roles. The examination materials were stored in 491 distribution centres under 24-hour armed guard. Sub-county directors of education and deputy county commissioners are the custodians of the security locks, and they opened at 6:30 this morning to distribute the examination materials. NEC has Okay, just hold on. There was an operationalization of the commands to enhance communication and monitoring of the conduct of examinations, according to them, by the institution of toll-free lines. So now there are these 0800 numbers that you can now call should you see any kind of irregularity.
Okay.
The examination has not leaked, they assure us. We're in full control. Even though the exam cheating cartels are very active, they're getting nothing. The children should not be hoodwinked. This was what Professor Okoh has said over the weekend. He revealed that there are helicopters that will be on standby to deliver examination materials to areas that have security challenges. Now, some of these areas in the Rift Valley have experienced banditry attacks, with the latest happening Saturday night in Baringo, where 7 people were killed. Leaders in Isiolo North have also called for security reinforcement following the killing of 11 people in the last 2 days. Attacks in the volatile Samburu County have also caused panic in the area, which has over 1,000 candidates. Henry Wafula, who is the county commissioner, said they have finalized security preparations and deployed adequate police officers to guard the containers where examination materials are stored.
Who's guarding the children?
This is well, we've heard that the examination materials are being guarded under lock and key.
Okay,
who's guarding the
important.
children? Nobody's guarding the children.
Because as we were talking about this, remember when you said that there is violence that has led to people being killed in Baringo and the other places, it means displacement of people.
Yes.
That displacement of people, it means children who are preparing for an exam, basically the whole of this year, they have not been at peace.
They've not been at home.
So how well prepared are they to sit this exam?
This is the exam.
Shouldn't we be having a conversation maybe at some point and saying, okay, so we have identified that seriously these ones, all the boxes that need to be ticked are not being ticked. So these children cannot really sit this exam now. It's unfair to subject a child from those areas to the same exam with everybody else at the same time and expect that, yeah, it's going to be 100% transition, but the marks determine what school you go to.
This is it. But what are we doing? We're not focusing on the needs of children at this point. We're focusing on an exam needs to be written, and it must be written at this time in order for us to complete our plan. That's it. All the other things we're talking about, children having been displaced, not in an environment where learning and mastery of subjects will take place. Because how constant has been their learning in the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Look at it. We already have a compacted year because of COVID. So 12 months of work was done in 9 in this just completed school year, right?
Yep.
These kids in these areas, unfortunately, easily were out of school for 3 months of the already shortened 9 months. So 6 months was volatile learning here and there, and then you're asking them to be subjected to an exam that is going to test their knowledge for the time where they've not been in school because of security concerns, and that is not even being taken into consideration now that they have to sit these papers.
You know, just assuming that life is going on as normal, as usual, and normal for these kids is unfair to the children.
And then you introduce a security option, but what are you guarding?
Even if you came unguarded, let's even say that, yes, the armed police escort is going to be provided to the papers, and they come to the school, and there'll be armed police in the school. Fine. But these children, are they prepared to sit this exam? Where was this armed guard last week, last month? Were the children coming to school? Were the children able to go home and actually sit down and study and revise for an exam? Or were they sleeping outside? Were they sleeping under trees? Were they running away from attackers? Are we sure that these children are actually well prepared to sit? We're not talking about many. We're talking about probably 1,000 or 2 or maximum 5,000 out of 1 million children who will be sitting an exam. It's a small percentage, but it's an unfair treatment of this small percentage.
Their future, educationally, will be determined largely by this exam.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And under the circumstances under which they are writing this exam are far less than adequate. Far less. So.
No, I think that's a conversation that ought to be had. And those NGOs that are in the education sector and all in the security sector should be spearheading this conversation. So, how well prepared are these kids? Another story here. Kenya and Uganda have agreed to ease fish exports to the DRC after trade talks. It's in the Standard. It's on page 26 of the Standard. Okay? I'd like you to please go to page 26 of the Standard if you have it in front of you, because there's a very nice picture here. Busia fish traders sort out salted fish from Lake Turkana before repackaging and exporting them to the Democratic Republic of Congo on December 1st, 2021. Now, in that photo, there are fish traders who have posed for the photo, holding this dried and salted fish. If you look at the shed that this fish are actually being processed at, it's a mabati shed, just completely kawaida mabati shed, and the fish has just been piled, dried fish, and the guy is handling the fish. Nobody is wearing anything that looks like, hygienic, blah, blah, blah stories. Those are your stories. Bare hands, grabbing the fish, no gloves, no mask, those things that people wear on their heads. What do they call them? Those nets that they wear? Those ones.
We call the shower caps.
Those shower caps. Nothing. Aprons. Well, this one looks like she's wearing an apron. Yeah, but it's you question the hygienic handling of this. Anyway, Kenya and Ugandan authorities have signed a bilateral agreement that will facilitate the smooth flow of fish exports from Lake Turkana to the DRC. A delegation from Kenya and Uganda, led by Kenyan Fisheries Principal Secretary Francis Owino and his Ugandan agriculture counterpart, Major General David Kiomukama, toured Turkana County to identify challenges faced by fishermen in the region. The delegation mapped out business opportunities in the fish trade in the region and discussed the ways to resolve challenges faced by fishermen. They held a meeting at the Turkana County Commissioner's office before embarking on a trip to the shores of Lake Turkana to witness the type and size of fish recommended for harvesting and holding grounds. Now, the delegation resolved to form a multi-agency team headed by Mr. Mudhama Wambua, who is the county commissioner, to ensure compliance in the fish trade. It includes the Kenya Revenue Authority, Security and Public Health Department. The team concluded the fact-finding mission last Friday and agreed to issue a joint communique at the Busia border point. You see how there's people who are called the Public Health Department. They are supposed to be looking at this. If you basically just look at this photo, my good Lord. Ednah, if you could zoom into this one, let me just hold it onto the camera for those who are watching this. Look at the handling of that. It's just a kawaida mabati shed. It's like it could be anything. It could be a garage.
It could be spare parts.
It could be spare parts.
Scrap metal.
Anything. And this is how we're handling the fish for export.
It is going out to another country and it would have passed inspection.
It's going for consumption by human beings. Handling of it from that point, issues. My good lad. Anyway, so we talk about Cipladon because we've been talking about Cipladon for a while now. Cipladon is this wonderful painkiller, right? And
yes, it is.
It's effervescent. What is effervescent?
You know how you take something and you drop it? So it's something that would dissolve in water, right?
It's not tablets, it's not cap juice. It's not cap juice.
It's not what?
Cap juice.
Cap juice. It's not cap juice. So it is an effervescent paracetamol. So you have a headache. Was it you had a headache?
Last week.
You had a headache last week?
Yep.
You've not done anything about it until now?
I had a headache last week.
You had a headache last week?
I've not said I've been having a headache.
Did you do something about your headache last week?
Well, God sorted it out.
Well.
And what agent did God use to sort this out?
He sent you.
In another life, somebody may have been able to give you Cipladon.
Yes.
What it is, an effervescent paracetamol that is absorbed 2 times faster. So in the time that you sorted out your headache, it would have been done even quicker because of Cipladon. It's faster than ordinary paracetamol and it offers significantly faster pain relief. So put it in water, it does that fizzy thing, dissolves completely, you drink it, and in no time, headache, gone.
That's lovely.
I know, it's really great stuff.
And because of this, it works faster because it dissolves faster and then it works faster.
So then it goes directly into your system. So you can imagine if you're swallowing a tab, for example, it takes some time to break down, etc., etc.
Dissolve in your system.
Dissolve in the system. This one is already dissolved in the water, so you chuck it down, it goes down, and you're good.
I couldn't help but think what it is a vendor would be saying if they were advertising Cipladam. CP.
So it's available in 500 mg, laced with aspartame, so sweetened with aspartame, 1,000 mg, a neutral flavor, available at all pharmacies near you and at Chandarana supermarkets. Remember, if symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
Keep it right here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsroom Dennis Aseto. Government officials led by Education Cabinet Secretary Professor Jude Muga and his interior counterpart Dr. Fred Mutenge are this morning expected to lead their colleagues across the country in supervising the start of the KCPE examinations. Minister Muga maintains that the government is ready to administer the exam, especially in some areas that face security challenges such as the Kerio Valley. Today, Muga will be in Kakamega County and will oversee the exercise. CS Matiang'i will be in Machakos and will start in Yala, where the exams will be distributed from. ICTCS Joe Musheru will be in Kajiado County with Kenya National Examination Council Chairperson John Insati leading the event in Meru County. The students will start the exam with mathematics, then English and end with English composition. Newswire wishes all the KCPE candidates the very best as they sit their exam starting today. Now, Deputy President William Ruto now says ODM leader Raila Odinga has settled for a retirement package during the handshake talks with President Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto, who is currently in the United Kingdom where he is expected to meet Kenyans living in the diaspora later today, had earlier told Kenyans living in the US the details contained in the handshake agreement between Odinga and President Kenyatta. He said that Odinga and President Kenyatta went behind his back to formulate agreements of a handshake that he was not well aware of. Meanwhile, ODM boss Raila Odinga is set for a 5-day tour of the UK immediately after his crowning as the Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer. Raila will fly out soon after Deputy President William Ruto returns from a 12-day trip abroad. The trip underscores the importance of the international community in the August 9th State House race. Now, Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, is now calling for tolerance and peace during the campaign season. The Democratic Party presidential aspirant cautioned that sustained acrimony and name-calling would lead to the country's instability. He urged supporters of rival politicians not to accept being used to cause violence, noting that politicians remain friends and eat together even after they speak ill of each other in campaign rallies. And the Socialist Party has pledged to enter into coalition with other parties after the August 9th general elections. TSP leader Mwangi Kiunjuri said that they will neither join Azimio la Umoja nor Kenya Kwanza during the electioneering period. Kiunjuri said they are gauging the country's two main coalitions and will make the right decision on which one they will align to after the polls. Speaking after meeting senior leaders of Kikuyu Council of Elders in Nanyuki Town, the former Agriculture Cabinet Secretary said that it is not a must that TSP joins any political coalition and that they will enter into coalition with interested and verified partners from August 10th onwards. Kiunjuri is also eyeing for the Laikipia East parliamentary seat, said the party is making proper preparations so as to clinch many political seats during the elections. Now, ODM party leader Wycliffe Oparanya has assured aspirants seeking the party ticket of free, fair and transparent nomination process during the party primaries. He said the party has put in place measures to ensure the exercise is credible to produce strong candidates who will win more seats during the August polls. He noted that no aspirant will be given special preference, dismissing claims that some aspirants have been given direct nominations. The Kakamega governor said the Azimio la Umoja team will ensure that they garner more seats and elect Raila Odinga as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. and detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Homicide, Ballistic and Special Crimes Department come to the scene of the murder of a 66-year-old director of Ndarugu Plantation, Sudhir Shah, in Juja, Kiambu County. Sudhir Shah sustained fatal injuries when a gang violin on a motorbike reportedly sprayed him with bullets on his head and stomach, leaving him for dead. He was rushed to the Thika Memorial Hospital, where he succumbed. The incident took place near the plantation, according to John Gachombo, the head of investigations at the DCI headquarters in Nairobi. And Somalia is in the middle of its worst drought in decades, with millions of people in need of aid and thousands on the brink of starvation. The United Nations estimates 4.3 million Somalis are affected by the drought and more than 500,000 displaced. Baidoa already hosts over 400,000 internally displaced Somalis, but more people affected by drought are flocking to the town every day in search of food, water and shelter. And the UN says 1.5 million people have now fled Ukraine, even as Russia stepped up its shelling of cities across Ukraine. The UN warned that the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is the fastest growing refugee crisis since World War II. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and it looks like things are piling up across the city. All right, so what do we see on Uhuru Highway going out towards Westlands? We're going to see a pileup of that for some time. Gong Road also picking up. Rilo Dingaway taking off some of the traffic from Langata Road, which started pretty early as well. Thika Superhighway started hot and heavy very early, and we're looking at inbound bumper to bumper traffic. Also on Kiambu Road today. Coming out in that direction, quite heavy as well. Juja Road piling up, and we're also seeing piling up on Manyanja Road. Everybody connecting with Outer Ring. It looks like it's going to be that Monday morning, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and some traffic in many parts of the city. Mombasa Road also piling up as well. Let's keep an eye on things and see what it looks like. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. That's how you can get in touch. Text on 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
7
day.
minutes after 7. Good morning. It's the 7th day of March 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation enters its second hour, and we're glad that you're tuned in. Thank you very much for choosing SpiceFM this morning, whether you're listening to us on the radio or following us online. SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and following our conversations on Twitter as well. SpiceFM KE. CT Muga has the day's proverb.
It's a Moroccan proverb.
Yes.
When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
Mm.
That reminds me of some observation that was made by a certain lady. And she was talking about, when people are hungry and they're just going to sit at the table, everybody leans forward, right? And nobody's joking around. Lean forward, you take, if it's a spoon, if it's a fork, if it's a knife and fork, whatever you're using, or it's your hands, you're leaning forward to eat. When you get to a point when people start getting full, they'll even be holding a spoon like this, leaning back, talking. That's the time when now they're more relaxed. And they'll start talking about things. You can tell, Buyu, ameshiba.
True.
When they don't lean forward to the food, they start leaning back and start now telling you stories. and asking you very many questions. Ameshiba. That is it. It's the stomach telling them, don't you have a song?
It lends itself to something more joyous.
Yes. Yeah. When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing. We have a guest in the studio. We want to talk about university and college education in the country. We've had this conversation a number of times in the last couple of weeks. There's the issue of universities, the universities fund and how much universities are getting to run their affairs. There's the issue of the number of students that are getting admission into universities. And there's the Higher Education Loans Board. And whether the Higher Education Loans Board is able then to actually meet the needs of everybody who is applying for a loan to get access to education in university or in polytechnics. The Higher Education Loans Board has even talked about, and it was a story that we covered last week, of the number of defaulters rising during COVID-19. Many people who were regular payers of the HELB loan lost their jobs, and so they got into default. We're joined by Ben Njeru. He's an advocate who was recently in school. Allow us to say that, because he's here to talk about that, because you know very many people who have gone through who are going through the ordeal. Ben Njeru, welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation.
Thank you, Eric.
It's good to have you. Welcome to that hot seat. But make yourself comfortable. Let's have the conversation as best as we understand it. So, you're an advocate.
Yes.
Tell us about your practice.
Like you said, my name is Njeru, an advocate of the High Court. Recently admitted to the bar. I was admitted in 2020, July, during the COVID crisis. I started a practice together with my former classmate, who's Mokua Manyara. We were classmates both at undergraduate and postgraduate. And we have a firm in Westlands called MNW and Advocates LLP.
Good stuff. Soon after being admitted to the bar, you decided, you know what, let's start our own. And in fact, for those who are not watching us, Ben Njeru is actually clad like he's going from here, you're going straight to court. The only thing that's missing is, what do you call that thing on the head?
Correct.
The wig.
A collar. The wig you wear on your head is not necessary in court.
Okay, not anymore. But this one, you must have the collar.
Yes.
To be in court.
Yes.
What does it signify?
This shirt is an advocate's shirt. It's usually worn with a collar because you cannot as well put a tie on. According to the advocate's dress code rules, you have to be well clad in a full suit, which means a suit and a tie. So when you have an advocate's shirt, it goes without saying that you wear it with a collar.
Okay. Tell us your own experience before we even actually broaden this conversation about others and the ability to pay. Your own experience through university and your experience with the Higher Education Loans Board.
My experience is somewhat convoluted in the sense that I wasn't a HELB loanee myself. And but I schooled with a lot of HELB loanees, and I saw what HELB did to these people in that it helped a lot of them access education. And I think what got me into all of this HELB business was an advocate by the name Monica Ngere. She's deceased, unfortunately. She succumbed to cancer a few years ago. And we were talking, it was actually on her Facebook page, and she was talking about why can't anyone pursue HELB with regard to loanees who have been charged against the induplam rule. What that means for the person who does not understand that, it's a Latin maxim, which just means in double. So a lot of people don't know this, but for a person who accesses a loan, you're not supposed to repay back double that principal that you borrowed when the loan becomes non-performing. So I'm using a lot of terms which need explaining. So number one, a loan is simply a facility that you're given by a financier, a bank, a credit facilities, the KCPEs, the Talas, the water views. Now, a loanee is a person who accesses these loans. A loan becomes non-performing when it starts accruing interest to the extent that it cannot be repaid back. So you find that I have taken 1 million shillings as a loan, and as securitized my title, which is valued at around, say, 1.5 million. So I am unable to pay this loan to the extent that they sent a statutory notice that they are going to recapture my title, and the interest that I'm supposed to pay would make no sense because I'm supposed to pay 2 million. So I'm thinking, at this point, what you're just telling me is that you will just take my title, and even if I were to pay you back, it wouldn't make any sense because I'd be down 500. Is that clear enough? Yeah. So when a loan becomes non-performing, it becomes capped at the principal rate. So if I took 100, I shouldn't pay back 200 or more. It doesn't make any sense. So the rule was mainly to cushion loanees because of the disparity in power. Because a bank and a lender have such a difference in power that you have to protect a lender.
Yep.
Same way the law protects a tenant vis-a-vis a landlord and what have you.
So clearly there's issue here, Ben. Yeah. There's an issue here with help. There's an issue with the loanees. There's an issue with repayment.
Yes.
Let's maybe take a few steps back.
Okay.
Help originally instituted. What was it instituted to do? Is help there to loan and then make a little bit of money in terms of the interest for itself to then be a self-sustaining entity? Or is it there to protect those who take money in terms of loans?
That's a brilliant question, and I like that we start from there, because number one, HELB as enacted under the HELB Act in 1995 was envisioned as a social protection fund. It wasn't a bank. It isn't regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. It is a statutory body which is tasked with social protection. So the moment they advance you a loan, it is for your benefit. And the reason they charge you either charges, penalties, interest, is because they don't have enough really to sustain every person in the country who wants tertiary education. So the goal of HELB is not really to make profit to grow as an institution. It is to enable that cycle to continue in that you pay your loan, I can access HELB loans through your payment, and HELB can give another person who will come after me.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you borrow the money, you have to pay it back.
For sure.
And the assumption is that when you finish school, that you are getting some kind of employment which will pay you to enable you to do this.
Yes.
So where does the sticky situation come in here?
The sticky situation, as you rightly put it, is in the great assumption that especially in Kenya, once you finish your education, once you're done, you graduate, you get the job, and you start paying HELB.
Right.
For most people, it doesn't work that way. For most people, the education itself is a struggle. So the moment they're done with education and the way the job market is set up, you find that the average person, I think the unemployment rate for the youth is near half, the percentum. So you find that it is not practicable to expect this person to get the loan and then immediately start repaying it. So when you start charging the interest and the charges and the penalties, when this person secures a job and needs a HELB clearance certificate to get a job,
right,
they're
not going to clear you.
They can't make it work.
And is there no time period, is there no grace period that is then applied to individual after you finish school? Or is there something like that? Is there nothing that kind of falls into place? Of course, with the understanding of the market, it would seem as though it would make sense for them to say, okay, so we're going to give you a couple of years after graduation, and then we expect you to start paying back. Anything like that?
I think Gala muwe na haki umpe. HELB gives some waivers on penalties sometimes. For instance, just last week, they gave a waiver on all penalties for the next month. That waiver is good, but it is objective. It is not subjective. It doesn't target the person who cannot be able to be advantaged by that loan. For instance, there's a person, one of our petitioners in our petition, who got a loan in 2004, a loan of 82,000 shillings. This is a person living with disabilities. This is a person with no employment. As at 2018, this person's loan was 540,000.
And this is what's the accrual here?
That's more than
It's
500%. Those are penalties and charges.
How much had he been loaned?
It's a she, 82,480.
82,000. And how long has she been in default?
4 years.
Since 2004.
Oh,
it's
up to
a lot of years.
Between 2004 and when?
2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Okay.
12 years.
Yes, 12 years.
The reason why I ask this question is, does HELB have a mechanism for resolving such issues so that long before the interests reach this monumental proportion that they have, one is able to find an easy path towards repaying? I'm asking this because I look at banks. Banks restructure.
Yes.
At least they say they do. Okay?
Yes.
Does HELB restructure?
That's another brilliant question, because banks restructure to conform to the induplum rule, to ascertain that it doesn't get to a point where an unperforming loan exceeds the principal amount. HELB doesn't have that. What the HELB Act at Section 21 have is a prerogative of HELB itself to consider cases of difficulties in paying the loans and do the restructure. So you'll find that for HELB to give such a directive under the Act, or for the Act to be enacted in such a way, it is so ambiguous. It is so it does not target the specific person. Who is this that gets the discretionary powers? Who does not get the discretionary
So
favors?
basically, HELB does not have any power in law to do that.
Like I said, it does. Section 21 gives them a discretionary power to look at the cases of difficulties.
Okay.
When and if they arise.
Okay.
But the cases that are on the ground signify that HELB, either their discretionary power use is limited, or they don't use it at all.
Or information is also limited.
Yeah.
Because, for example, in this particular case, this client of yours,
Yeah.
who we are assuming that they got out of university in 2004.
Later on, you get a HELB loan before you even clear school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when did she clear school?
Around 2-3 years later, after 2004.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say 2007 cleared school.
Yeah.
And the repayments now kick in.
Yeah.
So between 2007 and 2016, she was expected to be repaying.
Yes.
What were the reasons why she was not repaying?
As I said, this person is unemployed.
Okay.
Ever since. This is a person living with disabilities.
Okay.
So I think those two aspects render her fit for consideration in waiving such penalties.
Did she apply?
She reached out to HELB and nothing was forthcoming.
How did she reach out exactly?
Through us.
Let me tell you
when
why.
did she reach out? Like when did she write to HELB and say, you know what, this is what I'm going through. This is my situation right now. I request a waiver. I request some moratorium. And did she receive any written response?
You see, we didn't just move to court when we got all these petitioners that we have. We actually wrote letters to HELB. We wrote a demand letter, went unanswered. So to that extent, HELB came on later during the court proceedings when we were at the submission stage, saying, well, we can actually consider, but then we'd cross that bridge, because now what we're looking for is to find those sections of HELB that have people like our clients get there, don't affect other people in future. We don't want to have, let me look at it this way. It's like there's a crack on this wall, and the HELB situation to resolve it, or rather their resolve is to paint on it instead of treating the crack.
Bonanjero,
Yeah.
when you get a HELB loan, is there an understanding that there's an interest attached to it?
I'd say yes, there's an interest attached to it.
No. Is there an understanding that, do you know that there will be interest?
If you take a
on
bank
this
loan, you know.
You know.
They even tell you, this is the interest you're going to pay, blah, 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 blah,
you're
blah.
aware.
You know.
Yeah.
Now, when you get a help loan, do you know?
Yeah.
You're told.
Yeah. No, the forms, they have all this information. And as a matter of law, ignorance wouldn't be a defense anyway.
Yeah.
So let's say the information is out there. But as we said when we were starting, this is a social protection fund. When I'm accessing this loan, I really have no option. My option is to take it or don't get an education. And education being a constitutional right, it is not a fair thing to require of a person.
Where does help get their money from?
Number one, the government. Number two, donors. Number three, repayments.
This is why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Social protection fund from the government. Does the government charge help an interest on the money that they give help?
No. Not to the best of my knowledge, no. No.
So the only reason why help charges this loan, interest on these loans, is so that it can also earn some money.
No.
Then why do they charge an interest?
According to them, what they get from the government and the donation is not enough. So they also rely on our part as the loanees to be able to pay them back so that they can get more to advance to other people.
You see, it's an interesting quagmire. You loan. Let's look at this utopian situation where the student population who need loans are, say, 100. And they're all given loans of 100 shillings each. And they all pay.
Yeah.
It means that you are the help is able to give another 100. But the reality of our university is that the numbers don't stay constant. They increase.
They're increasing.
Yeah. Yes. So how are they going to meet these needs?
And that's why
And that's where the interest comes in.
Yes.
Okay. Even if you look at the interest, again, I think you've got to know where I'm going with this. I can
You
see
go,
shaking
just
your
go.
head.
Inadequate, man.
Keep going.
Yes. Even if you charge this interest, and let us assume that all these 100 students pay, and let's make the interest
on time even.
Yes, let's make the interest 50% so that the conversation is nice and interesting. Okay, you loaned 100 shillings, you pay 150. Okay, now how many more people are you going to actually be able to advance this loan?
And now let's just throw in another interesting thing here. The story that we saw last week about those who are going to be chucked off the register in one public institution, right? Of that number, about 40% is because they're not able to pay. About 14,000 students. So now let's say 14,000 students from one public institution are asking for that money.
Why I asked about alternate ways of resolving these matters is because, and why I introduced the concept of restructuring. Okay?
Yeah.
Is it not better to even have someone simply paying you the interest as opposed to paying you the principal? Because then the interest doesn't accrue and you still get some money. But the insistence and the thinking that we seem to have with money in this country, especially where interest is concerned, is that you must pay. Now, the moment you make it a must, then you will have default. Because if someone is not able to pay the principal and the interest, surely, what are they going to do? They're going to default.
Yeah, for sure. And I get what you're saying. And not to be political or anything, but...
why shouldn't you be political?
You don't have to answer that question.
Okay. There was a resolve in the recently dismissed BBI to have a 7-year moratorium or waiver on the loans. But the question again persists. With the situation in the country where there's so much unemployment, so much poverty, what you're doing is just forestalling this problem. So what you're doing is creating more defaulters, creating more loans, creating more burdens. So what we are actually doing, which brings us to the matter that we have in court, what we are actually doing is telling HELB, we'll meet you halfway. Or rather, our petitioners want to meet you halfway. They got this amount, they can pay this amount back. They can pay it with interest to the legally enforced rate under common law, which is a law relied on by Kenya according to the Judicature Act. So we are saying when a person gives you, when you give a person 82,000, let this person at least be able to pay less than 200,000. Charging this person 500,000 is insane.
It's crippling them.
Yeah. The system as is currently constituted, do you think it's setting folks up to fail?
Yeah, for sure. Because the other loans another petitioner got a loan in 2016. This was just recently, a loan of 135,000. Now that person is supposed to pay 336,000.
How is this calculated? What's
the interest rate?
So what is this?
Now, the problem is this with the interest. HELB usually charges a modest interest rate, say 2%.
Yeah.
But then statutorily, they have under Section 15(2), which is one of the sections we pray that the court finds unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
They charge a mandatory 5,000 every month on an unpaid loan. So
they're charging you twice.
Yes.
They're charging you
So there's a penalty.
There's a penalty.
So 5,000 is a penalty.
It is a penalty
for an unpaid loan.
Correct.
But then there's the 2% interest.
Yes.
But it's compounded, because if they charge you 5,000, it means, and the loan was 5,000, then it means that the following month you're now paying interest on 10,000. Now, if that thing goes,
are we compounding that? Are we compounding that to the principal?
Yeah, it keeps increasing onto the principal, which is what we have been saying.
So it's compounding on the principal.
Yeah.
So if you had borrowed 100,000 and you don't repay, you default this month, the next interest is actually coming at 1,105.
Yes, plus the 2%.
Plus the 2%.
Yes, when you don't repay, when you default.
If you default.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
Okay. We'll open up the phone lines even for others who have undergoing a similar predicament to let us know. We'll also invite the management of HELB onto the show one of these days, because from where I sit, I see both sides.
Yeah.
I can see the side of course, the loanee, who is a student, who has just cleared school and they're expected to start repaying immediately. And I can see the side of Bonaringera at HELB.
Yeah, you borrow,
because
pay back so
he has people who are applying and they don't care whether...
Who has borrowed and didn't pay?
It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's a Situation Room. We're having a conversation this morning with Ben Jeru. He's an advocate. He's representing several petitioners who've gone to court and they're saying, okay, we are having an issue here with the Higher Education Loans Board. People who have received loans from HELB and they have, for one reason or another, defaulted, and the interest plus penalty plus everything else has basically shot to more than 5 times what they initially borrowed. This is a big one. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, Okamba, lack of traffic.
Yeah.
There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The sun is out in Nairobi, highs of 27 and lows of 16. 29 will be the high in Nakuru, where it's currently sunny at 14 and we'll see lows of 13. It's sunny at 12 in Nyeri, highs of 28 and lows of 10, while in Eldoret, sunny at 14. We'll see lows of 11 and highs of 27. Mostly cloudy conditions at 26 in Mombasa. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. While in Malindi, it is sunny at 26. It'll go to highs of 31, back down to lows of 25 as well. Sunny conditions in Kisumu at 21, highs of 31 and lows of 20, while in Kakamega, it's sunny at 16. We'll see highs of 33 and lows of 15. Kampala is sunny at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while it's showering in Dar es Salaam at 27. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 26. 15 degrees and sunny in Joburg, highs of 25 and lows of 14. Lagos is clear at 26. We'll see highs of 32. 32 will be the high in Kinshasa, where it is cloudy at 23, coming back down to lows of 23.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so we're wondering what's clogging up things at the underpass from Kiambu Road to Pangani. There's been an accident there, and okay, so somebody decided that they were going to give way to the pedestrian crossing, which is what it should be. And then somebody decided, no, this is a waste of our time. So we're going to cross over to the pedestrian crossing. And then what are we going to do after that? We're going to knock another vehicle, and then we're going to cause an accident. And then there will be traffic at the Pangani underpass. And then it will be unfortunate because it was already crazy on the Thika Superhighway. But then, it's Monday and the crazies are all out today. So it's tailback traffic on Kiambu Road. It's crazy on the Thika Superhighway, going all the way back towards Zimmerman, out towards Clayworks. Doesn't look too fun coming out of that part of the city. Uhuru Highway is also clogged up going into the city, out towards Westlands. Mombasa Road also piling up coming from the Weybridge out towards Imaradaima, then out towards General Motors. ICD route, Southern Bypass, there's an option for you this morning. Use it. Langata Road is piling up. You're going to have to sit still on that one if you're already there. Or if not, use the bypass out the longer route to the city. Let's talk in about half an hour and see what it looks like. For now, not looking too terrible, but for some parts, it's quite sticky. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
24
Nairobi.
minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Our guest this morning is Ben Jero. He's an advocate. He's representing several people who are going to court with an application against the Higher Education Loans Board. And this is, so you go to university or to college, polytechnic in the country, you apply for HELB loan, you get a HELB loan. And at what point does the HELB loan start accruing interest? Jero?
Like I said, I did not get a HELB loan myself. So I would say that after there's a certain period that you're supposed to be given the HELB loan, you clear education, and then you start paying.
Right.
Yes, it is agreed upon before you even take
How
the
long is
loan.
that grace period? Is it something that
Is it
everybody
immediately
gets?
upon graduation?
Or is it something you negotiate for?
I think it's communicated before you take a loan. You're told when you're supposed to start repaying. And for most people, it's usually immediate because looking at most of our petitioners, it starts counting immediately
As
after.
soon as graduation.
Yeah.
Final installment comes in from HELB. Then the next thing is now first installment from you.
Yeah, now you're supposed
as
to
repayment.
start paying back. Yeah.
And then there's interest.
There's
the interest is per annum.
Yeah, the interest
So
is
there's a per annum interest.
Yeah.
But then there's a monthly penalty
There's a monthly statutory penalty.
of 5,000 shillings.
5,000.
For every month that you do not repay your loan, 5,000 shillings, which is compounding onto the amount of money that you were lent by HELB.
For sure.
So the interest is calculated on the compounded figure.
Yes.
Okay. So very many people then are going through serious problems. Like you've given us an example of a lady who cleared university college around 2006.
Yes, around that time.
Around 2006. Total amount borrowed from HELB was 82,000 shillings.
Yeah.
By 2016, the total amount owed to HELB was
540,000.
Oh my goodness. Who else is going through this? Just call us, let's know, and let's hear what your experience is with the Higher Education Loans Board. Like we're saying, we're pledging here that we're going to have Bonaringera from the Higher Education Loans Board join us for this for a conversation, so he can also explain to us their side of the story, because it's important to hear that. 0719-012-600. I've got Lydia on the line. Lydia from Eldoret. Lydia, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Lydia?
I'm doing good, Latiff. So,
Yes.
I'm tuned in and I can follow the conversation.
Yes.
I'm a victim. I took a loan of 45K from L, and this was for 4 years. And then so 45K per year, that is around 180.
Right.
After graduation, I stayed home for 2 years without a job, so it's like I defaulted.
If you don't mind my asking, Lydia, which year did you graduate from university?
I graduated in 2015 from Moore University.
2015 with a total borrowed amount of 180,000 shillings.
Yes.
Okay.
By the time I started repaying, it was 270,000.
Which year was this?
2 years. That's 2017.
So in 2017, you got a job.
Yeah.
And your employer started deducting you from your salary.
Yeah, and I was paying 4,000 per month.
But the amount that you owed to help by that time was how much?
270,000.
How do you break that down from 180,000 to 270,000?
I think we're being manipulated, honestly.
Because this is an extra 90 Gs and 24 months. You're our calculator. You can do 90,000 shillings in 24 months. What is this?
About 4,600 per month.
The default is per month, isn't it?
Per month of default. If you don't pay this month,
So it's 5,000 every single month.
that you don't
It's
pay.
3750.
That is 2%.
3,750.
Yeah.
If we just break it down into, 2 years you have not paid, blah, blah, blah. So it has risen by that amount in that time. That is a huge amount of money. This is the issue that we're getting from Lydia. And thank you very much, Lydia, for calling in. We can continue with other callers on the line as well. Zachary in Kakamega, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thanks.
Yes, I'm Zachary in Kakamega, and I also contribute on the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I benefited from help.
Yep.
And when I graduated, I think they gave me up to a year to start paying the loan.
Okay.
So the first sums of money I had, I cleared the loan. Yeah, I think the challenge we beneficiaries have with help is most of us, by design or otherwise, they just don't want to pay. Yeah, because I think they allow you to make even 1,000 repayments each month. So
Give us your experience, Zachary. How much had you borrowed from help?
Help had awarded me 60,000 for each of the 4 years in campus.
Okay.
Plus a bursary of 8,000.
So total 248,000.
240.
204.
The bursary is not repayable.
True. So which year did you graduate?
Yes. I graduated in 2013.
Did you get a job immediately?
Yes, I did. I was lucky enough.
And you started repaying immediately?
Immediately. And the first bonus I got, I cleared the entire loan.
Okay. So you're saying that you got a moratorium for a time before you started repayment?
Yes.
How long?
If I can recall, it's close to a year, something like that.
And was it communicated to you in writing?
No. I didn't see any communication to that.
When you were given the loan and you were given a form to sign, was there any indication of a moratorium, a period within which you were allowed to sort of like get yourself organized before you could pay?
I can't recall, but I don't think.
So when you say you were given a moratorium for a year, how was this communicated to you?
What happens when you clear campus, you get concerned, then you ask. Now when you ask, it's something you are told, not in writing.
Okay.
Who did you ask?
So when I landed my first job, I opted to start paying immediately.
Okay.
But my colleagues, people who graduated with who had not landed job, took up to a year before the penalty started being credited to their account.
Okay. So in total, how much did you end up paying? You've said you accelerated your repayment. How much did you end up paying out of the 240 that you had borrowed from HELB?
I'm sorry, I can't get the exact amount because there are some monies which were paid through payroll.
Okay.
And I cleared the balance lump sum. So I can't really get my hand on the exact amount.
How much did you pay lump sum?
It wasn't too much. It was around 265, around that amount.
Okay, out of 240 loan. Thank you very much, Zachary, for that experience. Thank you for sharing. Mutweri.
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Morning.
please switch off your radio, Mutweri, and then we
thank
can...
you, guys.
Please switch off your radio. Ednah in Nakuru, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Ednah?
I'm okay, maybe you?
We are very well, thank you. Share with us your experience with the repayment of university loan.
Now, I took for some loan way back in 2008.
Okay.
Then I had 3 challenges. Then I graduated in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I landed a job in 2015. I had borrowed 175,000.
Okay.
But now, when I went to help find out, because I had the willingness to start paying, I was shocked because it had sort of 600.
600?
Yep.
When did you go to help to start repaying?
Immediately,
2015.
Second month, that's my second month. I had started paying.
So you graduated in 2013.
Yeah, I landed a job in October.
You had borrowed 175,000 shillings.
Yep, yeah.
You were out of a job for 2 years.
Yeah.
Get a job in 2015, and when you start repaying, you're told that you owe them 600,000.
600,000.
Did you ask for an explanation or a breakdown in penalties and interest, or some kind of rationale as to why this amount had reached what it did 2 years later?
Now, I told you I was in I applied it in 2008, 2009, and 2010. Now, the charges started coming in 2010 while I'm still at college.
Oh, I see.
And this is not supposed to happen until you're done.
It's not supposed to happen.
Because you had dropped out of university for some years.
Exactly.
Did you communicate that?
I've tried to communicate with the guys. What do they do? They've just written the mail on their doors and the contact. You try call them, you try write a mail, no responses.
Okay.
Worst is, we have young IMPs who have gone through university education. They can't even try to amend the act. The University Health Law Act to cut off for such issues.
Okay.
Quite pathetic.
Thank you, Ednah. Mutweri?
Yes, how are you guys?
We're fine, thanks.
Thank you. I listen to you guys every day. I just want to say a few things. So I haven't had an experience in Kenya, but I've had the same experience in Australia with what they call HECS for undergraduates or help for masters. Number one, the first thing is whoever is drafting these policies, they have to be, the policy has to be proportionate to the economy. So you have to really think about affordability, right? And for example, in Australia, I had a help loan for my MBA, but then there was a threshold, so there was a trigger point for them to start taking money out of my income. So you don't just start charging someone, to pay back the debt until they can afford it. That's number one. I think number two is, and I lost my train of thought.
What was this? What was the threshold in your case? So is it a certain amount of money? If you earn below this, you don't pay?
Yeah. So what they do is first of all, you have to get a job in the same profession. So if I finish as an engineer, if I go and work at a coffee shop, they're not going to deduct the money.
Okay.
If I get a role in the same profession that I got a loan for, then they'll start deducting.
Okay.
And then they also look at your affordability. So they look at, okay, so after you've paid all your commitments, what's left and can you afford? So it's because you don't want to pay your loan and then you're homeless, you see?
Can I ask you this question?
Those are the main things, right? So that's what,
You said your reference point is Australia.
Australia.
Now, when you apply for a loan, in your experience, do they give you the amount you ask for, or the amount you need?
The exact money you ask for, which is the exact money for the cost. So you actually have to import the schedule and the fee schedule. Yeah. So if your school fees is $20,000, $30,000 for the full MBA, they'll give you the exact amount.
And what interest do they charge, if any?
There's no interest. What they charge is called CPI, so it's inflation. So they only charge you 2% inflation. So it's not interest. Because the government's job is not to make money off you. It's to support you, right? So what they're saying is you haven't paid. The money we need to get back is our money, but then our money has to correct itself with inflation.
Do you have any knowledge of what they charge you if you default?
2%. It's just inflation.
Just 2%.
It's just inflation.
Okay.
Yeah, but then you can't really default because they take it out of your income without you approving, right? Like you've got a help loan. They'll take the money out.
It's deducted at source.
It's deducted. It's deducted.
Thank you, Mutueri. Thank you very much for sharing that. Let's hear from Obia in Kisumu. Good morning.
Morning to you.
Obia, do you have experience with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I did. In fact, I'm very thankful to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Without them, I wouldn't have done the education I did.
Okay. Which years did you go to school, and how much did they lend you?
They lent me. In fact, I depend on them the whole thing. I think they were giving me 8,000, and bursaries they were giving me I think the whole school fees.
Okay.
During that time. Yeah, I don't know how much it was exactly, but they paid everything, and in fact, it was even good for my own sustenance in school using the bursary part.
Mm-hmm. Which year did you graduate?
That was 2008.
2008.
Yeah.
Did you begin repayment immediately?
And now it took some time to get a job.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got a job. Then I worked for 2 years. Then I went out of job for some time. Then I came back. The short and the long and short of this thing is when loan is a loan. Yeah, when you take a loan, whatever the amount of calculation they do, you have to just abreast yourself on method they're using to calculate it. The terms and conditions of paying a loan. So, and number two, this guy said the lowest rate in Kenya.
Okay.
They charge you 2%, whatever. And number three, they give you a moratorium before you start paying.
How long is this moratorium?
A year.
Is it uniform to everybody?
It is there in the terms and conditions.
Okay.
And then another thing is, when you go and explain yourself, these guys have not gotten a job. They tell you, do whatever you can. Give us 1,000. Once we see payment, we see commitment. You have not fled away. Yeah, we are not making money. We just want sustenance. There are people who depend on this money.
So that commitment makes you not get charged, the penalized, the 5,000 shillings.
It's not a machine. It's people you go and talk with. They know you are still in Kenya.
Yeah.
You are not having a job. You are committing to pay when you get a job.
Thank you, Abia.
Another thing is when I had a total accrual around 500,000 when I was out of job. When I went there, I got a rebate. In fact, they took off around 380,000 out of all that. So I paid around 180, and I was done with it. I got a certificate of clearance.
Okay. Thank you, Abia.
I think what they do, sorry for the time, but I think what they should talk about, the guy who is there, the lawyer, what they should help us with is that this CRB thing, which is being used to get jobs in Kenya. I think CRB is not a good thing because people are very sure it.
He says that's his bigger concern. Yes. In terms of help, these are human beings. You talk to them. Now, let's talk about those things that are coming up. One, is there a moratorium? Because you're dealing with help in this particular case of yours. Yeah. Can you actually confirm that there is a moratorium? Once someone finishes school, are they expected to start repaying immediately, or are they given some time? And is this time automatic, or is it on a need-by-need basis?
I think it's 1 year, as they say. Mm-hmm. It's 1 year on the terms and condition of the application. You're given 1 year to start remitting payments. Okay. And just to clarify on most of the callers, Kenyans should understand and know that education is not a privilege. It's not a luxury. It's a right of every single Kenyan citizen. Mm-hmm. It is a right. You are entitled to an education. So when you're getting the HELB loan, it is not the same as a bank loan to maybe get a building, get your business going. When you get a HELB loan, it is to enable you access this right that the government should give you. And you find that these HELB loans necessarily are usually given to underprivileged students, mm-hmm. because there's always options of self-sponsored where you pay. Mm. And when, especially public universities, the fee is usually minimal. It's 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 a semester, yep. Around that. So when HELB gives you 40K, 60K a year, and someone fails to pay at the end, even after the moratorium, it really means that we should really look at the situation, not from a banking aspect, not from a financial aspect, but from a social protection aspect. Yep. Because I gave you this loan to access an education. And you've accessed it. Yeah. And there's somebody else who is in need. Yeah. Okay. And I like that Australian example because it really shows us how a well-developed jurisdiction should work. Mm-hmm. Because they're simply telling you, this money we gave you was not for self-advancement. It was for the realization of a constitutional right. If I give you money for healthcare, do I then get back penalties on it when you went and got treated?
So should we look at help then? Because I go back to what then Eric is trying to highlight here, is that there are other folks who are in the queue who are also looking for this help, mm-hmm. right? National government, the Treasury, only gives help a certain amount of money. Yes. So they only have a little bit of wiggle room to play. Yeah. So the number of people who come to them, they're banking on the little they're going to make extra to be able to make this pool larger. Mm-hmm. So should we be looking at them directly or saying that, look, if we have a systemic improvement of things, then the likelihood of more money going to help, that more people can then be helped, then is greater. But if we look at it as it is currently constituted, it's going to be very difficult for them not to do this. They don't have an option but to charge this because there are other people on the queue. What do?
What I don't understand is, did the government give help a chunk of money and said, okay, now after this one, sort yourselves out? Or does the government periodically give help money?
No, they get money quarterly.
They get money quarterly. Yeah.
They get money quarterly.
Yes.
But the argument is that it's not enough. And what Andu is saying, as regard the other people who are in the queue, what we are taking to court is not a loan. We are not adverse to people repaying back their loans. Right. In fact, we would encourage it. What we are targeting is the law, is the HELB Act in itself, is the Constitution of Kenya, is for HELB to be in tandem with the law, with the Induplam rule, with...
so interest and penalties should never exceed.
Yeah, what we are saying
principle.
Is that give these people a fair chance to repay their loan. Once a loan becomes non-performing and you keep on escalating this loan, then you simply... it's like quicksand.
You're crippling their own ability
but Mr. Njeru, is it the HELB Act or is it the individuals who work within HELB?
You see, the Act under Section 15 mandates that 5,000 statutory penalty. So it's there in the law. They have to charge it. Those people have no option but to charge it. They can give waivers, but how many people are they going to give waivers out of all the people they give loans. What you're simply saying is remove this punitive section,
Okay.
let people be given a fair chance to repay their loans.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us today. Final question, and you can just answer this simply yes or no. In addition to the case that you're taking before court, have you had a conversation with members of parliament, with legislators, and say it's about time that we amended the HELB Act?
I think that's the next step, because it points to a bigger picture of social protection. So that's the next step for us after the judgment, which is due on notice anytime now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ben Jeru is an advocate. He and his partner at the law firm are representing several petitioners. How many?
There are 3.
3 petitioners on the matter of the Higher Education Loans Board, on this particular issue of the law that governs the Higher Education Loans Board, that says every time you do not repay, there's a 5,000 shillings penalty that is due. And you're basically saying this one is going against all other laws that we have, even common law that's applicable in the country. Thank you for joining us, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We're live on SpiceFM, and we are also live online on YouTube and Facebook. 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire Dennis Maceto. The Ministry of Education has issued a warning to school heads violating the religious rights of learners. In a circular by the State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education Office of the Principal Secretary Julius John, County Directors of Education have been directed to ensure learners are protected from any form of religious discrimination. The PS noted that some schools are using religion as a factor to deny admission or expel learners from school. Some of the violations include prohibition from wearing religious attires like hijab and turbans, forcing learners to take religious studies and participating in rites and activities contrary to their beliefs, denying them an opportunity to observe religious rites and prayers, and failure to allocate worship rooms or spaces. The ministry said no individual will be allowed to break the law nor violate the constitution. And Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Mohammed Malim has promised parents and candidates that no candidate will miss the national examinations due to insecurity in the region. Speaking during a peace dialogue meeting in Luruk area of Baringo County, the RC assured parents that security will be provided at the examination centers to allow the candidates to do their exams peacefully. County Commissioner Abdirasak Tildesa confirmed that security measures have been put in place to ensure that candidates complete the examinations in peace. He added that other measures, including provision of meals and accommodation to day scholars in some examination centers, so as to reduce unnecessary movements during examinations. And ICT Cabinet Secretary Joe Musheru has called on Kenyans to be keen before choosing their leaders in the 2022 general elections. Speaking in Nyeri County, Musheru stated that it is important for all Kenyans to follow the direction set by President Uhuru Kenyatta, insisting that there is a need for electorates to vote in leaders wisely and as guided by the Jubilee Party leader. He reiterated that Uhuru Kenyatta has the interest of the nation, urging electorates to follow his recent declaration in supporting Raila Odinga. Nyeri Senator Ephraim Maina, who accompanied the CS to the church, faulted Kenyans for electing the wrong leaders, insisting that poor cadre of leaders have contributed to the fall of devolved functions. He urged electorates to choose leaders according to their previous performance and vote out those who failed to deliver. And Makueni Governor Kibotha Kibwana has announced his intention to seek the county's Senate seat in the August 9th general election after completing his second and final term. Kibwana is constitutionally barred for seeking a third term since the Constitution 2010 prescribes a 2-term limit. A single term runs for 5 years. He affirmed that he will seek the seat under the Azimio La Umoja alliance led by ODM leader Raila Odinga. Kibwana's announcement sets the stage for a possible switch in roles, with Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. having announced his bid for the gubernatorial seat. Now, cooking gas prices are expected to increase by up to 400 shillings this month. Ruby's Oil has already announced a new price of 400 shillings compared to the previous one. For example, filling a 6 kg gas tank that cost about 1,200 shillings will now cost 1,500 shillings. The 13 kg cylinder from Ruby's will go for 3,340 shillings. This increase is expected to be witnessed in several other gas stations as rising prices for gas and oil products are being witnessed around the world. The increase in prices in the country is mainly due to taxes levied. And President Uhuru Kenyatta has congratulated world marathon record holder Eliud Kipchoge and Brigid Kosgei for their stunning performance in their respective races at the Tokyo Marathon 2021. The two dominated their races, setting the fastest time ever run on Japan soil. Kipchoge crossed the finish line in 2 hours, 2 minutes and 40 seconds ahead of compatriot Amos Kipruto, who came second at 2 hours, 3 minutes and 13 seconds, while Ethiopia's Timirat Tola came in third at 2 hours, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, and Japanese record holder Kengo Suzuki fourth in 2 hours, 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Kipchoge has now won 14 marathons overall, including 9 World Marathons major events and 2 Olympic marathons. Meanwhile, Brigid Kosgei also pulled a stunning performance for the women's race, clinching the title in a time of 2 hours, 16 minutes and 2 seconds, shattering Israel's Lorna Chimtai Salpeter's time of 2 hours, 17 minutes and 45 seconds. Ashete Bekele of Ethiopia was second in 2 hours, 17 minutes and 58 seconds, and Gultim Gerbeselassie of Ethiopia came in third in 2 hours, 18 minutes and 18 seconds. Congratulations to everyone who participated and for flying the country's flag high. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
And now is when we see things getting pretty crazy. On Ngong Road getting into the city, we're looking at Raila Odinga then heading out towards Ngong Road. That has piled up quite some. Langata Road, that started early and it's feeding off onto Huru Highway today, going out into the CBD and then well into Westlands. Jogo Road not looking too bad today comparatively. Moving along bumper to bumper in some parts, but we don't have a gridlock like we do in some other parts. That issue still continues on the Thika Superhighway today, just at the Pangani underpass, where there was an accident this morning. So we're seeing that traffic is going to pile up just because of that. Juja Road then trying to get into the city. We're also looking at Manyanja Road, trying to then connect with Outer Ring as well. Everybody trying to get on Thika Superhighway from the other side. Kiambu Road, bumper to bumper in both directions, in and outbound. We're going way past Clayworks today with traffic on the superhighway. Coming out of Westlands, Ring Road Westlands, that did not have any traffic about an hour ago, that has piled up quite so. 5 minutes after 8 o'clock. Let's see what it looks like in about half an hour or so. We are in traffic hour on a Monday morning and it's proper. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8. Good morning. Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, this lovely Monday, the 7th day of March, 2022. And we're talking about Kenya's biggest conversation with very many things. You've just told us about traffic.
I did.
And what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remember, this is the month that the president is doing the drive.
Yeah.
City, I would tell us the proverb.
Right. When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
When the stomach gets full, it tells you to
sing.
Okay. Tells you to sing.
It talks to you, informs you.
Hey.
And you actually understood it perfectly when you said it also tells you to now dangle and play with a spoon or fork.
I started looking at that food and wondering, hey, surely.
You know, this ugali was not well cooked.
After you're already full.
My friend, you see, Eric very clearly pointed out to the posture that people, the demeanor that people affect when they're eating. Yes. And then they sit upright. Sometimes they recline quietly into the seat.
Yep.
So they're sitting more on their backs than on their bottom. Okay? And then the speech acquires a certain lazy tone. And suddenly everything...
And then you're so late. When the food comes, you are very quick to go and wash your hands.
Quickly.
Start eating.
Upright.
Yes. Upright or even slouching towards the food. When you start getting full, you start becoming straight. Start holding your hand like this. If you're eating ugali, your hand is just there. And now you're suddenly so lazy. Mkono serviette. Kupanguza mkono. You don't want to go wash your hands.
And the thing I also find interesting is that now the request for the toothpick.
Oh, yes.
And then I've wondered, whenever somebody has a meal of ugali and skuma wiki, I never see them asking for toothpick. It's only when they've eaten meat.
Omo, how will you know they've eaten meat if they don't ask?
Because they'll tell you, this meat is stuck in my teeth. And then they leave the toothpick in their mouths as they walk along.
For the next 5 hours, for crying out loud.
Of
course. What's the problem with that?
What?
So they're still using the toothpick?
They are.
Yeah.
And we want to know.
That's your problem if you want to know.
I don't really want to know. That's the point.
What is it? I mean, this person is not telling you, look, I'm using a toothpick.
They are.
They are basically just walking around with a toothpick.
No, they are talking to you.
They're telling you something.
If you're trying to interpret somebody else's, that is what? Somebody else's
Have
headache.
you seen people who just drank porridge using a toothpick?
Where do they need it? Why are you taking Cipladone on somebody else's headache?
Oh, voila.
Because it's effervescent.
It's effervescent.
And it works twice as fast.
Is it effervescent or effervescent?
The first one would be preferable.
Which one? What did you say first?
Effervescent.
Oh, effervescent.
No.
Okay. So we are going to have a conversation this hour about the campaigns as we see them. We have seen the use of social media and digital platforms in campaigns. There have been all this talk of use of social media to spread misinformation and disinformation during campaigns, use of social media to spread hate speech, use of social media to spread negative conversations, but also use of social media to actually basically campaign for yourself, for your candidate. Where do we draw the line? At what point do we know, okay, now this is good, now this is crossing the line? There are those that are pretty obvious that you're crossing the line, but then there are others that are not pretty obvious that you're crossing the line. That's a conversation we'll be having, but we've got to remind everybody, including the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, that he advised the President that come March, the expressway will be complete. And in fact, not just the expressway, but the section between Machakos Junction, which is being expanded into dual carriageway, up to the Kitengela Junction on Mombasa Road, and then the expressway from Lolongo up to ABC Place. And then there's a construction of a road from ABC Place in Westlands up to Rironi, that is Maimahiu Junction.
Okay.
Dual carriageway.
So I
like
this. Tell you. This junction from Machakos, the Machakos Junction,
yes,
heading in this westerly direction,
yes,
is nowhere near complete. Nowhere. Dual carriageway? No. Who are we reminding again?
See the CS who told the president.
Well, so we're reminding him that this needs to be done by the end of March. Today being the 7th of March. So, March can fall anywhere between the 1st and 31st in terms of those days. But if we're saying in the next 3 weeks, then I'm inclined to actually start to agree with CT the things that he's been saying for the past couple of weeks.
There's an interchange
that it is
on that
not
road.
Going to happen.
There's an interchange at Daystar. All right? They have put up some bridge. It's incomplete.
It's not complete.
They walked away. There's an interchange near Daystar University.
Lucania.
Okay, at Lucania. Yes. There's another interchange at Green Park Estate that is being constructed for something. Not complete. There's another interchange into Mavoko at the Mavoko Law Courts. This is a place where people call Defki, near the Defki steel mills. There's an interchange there that's being constructed. Nowhere near
another
complete.
Jungle.
There's a second bridge on Athi River. The bridge is up. The road to the bridge, from the bridge, nowhere near complete. This project was launched by the president before he started campaigning for re-election in 2017. Nowhere near complete. ABC Place to Rironi, this is the Maimahiu Junction. It is all over.
3 weeks.
Not complete. This expressway, go to Mlolongo, where the expressway starts. You don't know where the expressway is supposed to start.
Don't know where it is.
Yes. But the president, when he was inspecting the expressway in December, on the 23rd of December, to be specific, this is what he said.
And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated date of March for completion of this road is bound to be met. And I will be very proud to be able, as Waziri here again has said, to drive all the way from Machakos turnoff, all the way to Rironi, and hopefully at that point, launch the road from Rironi to Mau Summit, thereby reducing the gridlock that people have experienced that has added to the cost of doing business in our country.
As Waziri here has said, you keep saying this is on Waziri City.
You know, it is. Why it is because this man has a background in finance. He was a banker for the longest time. And one of the things that bankers do, they understand costs and they also understand repayments. Okay? There's a cost to building this road. The repayment on it is the road being complete. Okay? That's why it's given a certain length of time. And that's why with the loans, they even give you options. You take this amount, you pay this over this period, meaning what you can. Before the start of this particular road, everything about it from start to completion was understood. And the details were understood. Now, because it's engineering involved, the fulfillment of an engineering plan, they knew exactly what it is that they were supposed to do. And believe me, they could even tell you, by this time we'll have completed this. By this time they will have completed this. Now, what I don't understand, the sections that we mentioned, the individual who's financing this road, because we are told it's a PPP, where somebody builds it, and then hopefully when we use it, we will pay. And that's how the money will be repaid. Do I get it right? Oh, precisely. Where does it start? Are there any parts of the road where the government took the responsibility of building? Or does everything that encompasses the highway, is it the sole responsibility of this particular financier or this person who is investing? Because it's an investment. Why do I ask this question? What I started by saying doesn't change. They still know. But there seems to be a problem with what they know and what they're telling the president. Because I am sure the president will say, okay, I want this thing completed quickly. When can it end? Okay? You're a politician, your term is coming to an end. You would really like something of this sort to be completed before your term ends so that someone else doesn't take credit for it. Because that's what people do. This particular government has taken a lot of credit for things that the Kibaki government began. And they're the ones who said, we are the ones. We get it, you've completed it, but we know where it started. The nature of government, that's what always happens. But this is a good plan. It's unique. Now, these individuals, Kenha, and the people who run it, know this. They're engineers. What is this deficit of truth-telling? Why can they call the president aside and tell him, say, you know this one? Kuna vile visisi tumepima hii kitu vile iko.
Itakuwa ngumu
kidogo. In fact, hii March ni March, yes, lakini si March 2022. Ni March 2023. That's when tumemaliza kila kitu. Sasa kuna vile unaweza kueleza wananchi hii. Or maybe that's what they tell the CS. And the CS knows who gave him the job.
So the CS tells his boss,
March 2022. The guys ask him, Mzee, we told you 2023. Ati? Where? Don't joke here. Let it end in 2023, but I'm telling the president 2022.
The point is here that the president actually comes out and says, you know what? As Waziri has said, I am confident that this project will be completed in March.
Actually,
because the president has said, I am confident.
Actually, I listened to that speech. No, he gives like a waiver. It's not, I'm confident if. There's an if. If you listen to that speech again, the president ifs it many times.
So you think that he also then is playing with the element of doubt that it's possible in his mind that it couldn't be finished?
You think this is the first time he's becoming president? This is the second time he's becoming president. He has gotten this thing. He knows.
He's got a good measure of experience.
Yes.
So, but why say it?
So
why not just say next year we'll complete this
It's
project?
because the very people who are building this road want to make a political statement. It's a beautiful thing.
It's fine,
Yes.
but nobody has actually pushed him to say March.
Say it. Nobody is
Actually,
saying
he
if
could
it is
just
not
say
March,
next year.
yeah.
Actually,
I
Nobody
am
is
confident
saying that we will die if it's not finished in March. Nobody is saying that.
Actually, there.
We know the end of his term is September.
Yes.
Right? He will hand over, if everything goes smoothly, he will do the sword like this to the next president at Kasarani in September. So we know, everybody knows. Why does he have to say March?
It is.
Why not just say, I'm confident that now, because I have just pressed the button that has elevated and placed the final beam on this thing, we will complete this road. And even the other one from Machakos will be complete. The other one to Rironi will be complete. Also, next year, I will launch the other section from Rironi to Mau Summit. Why put a timeline?
Because any smart political leader wants to give his citizens an update of the progress they're making on his plans. It is what politicians do. It's what political leaders do.
But you're setting yourself up.
You're setting yourself up to be stabbed.
It's just
every
3
time.
months, man. It was just 3 months ago. I mean, we've been talking about this because we knew the president is saying March. This is December. He's saying March. It's only 3 months. We can wait.
Yeah.
And we'll be talking about it on a daily basis because we can wait.
Yeah,
are.
You guys were waiting. Me, I knew it wasn't going to be finished in March. I knew. And you
this
heard me
is the
say.
thing. And this is the thing, that you make declarations in this manner, whether it is you who is advising the president, whether it is you as the president who is saying a certain thing, you make these declarations, but you know what? Everybody can see, even if you're not an engineer, and the time that you've been given, everybody can see that the chance of this thing being completed at the end of the month is very low. So what you do is that in the glare of public scrutiny, you're making these promises, you're setting yourself up, and you're putting the target on your back. Again, why do that?
I don't get it. And this is something, just like you said, the president is not a novice in politics.
Nope.
Okay?
Nope.
This man has been in politics since the previous century.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
And he has held very senior positions.
And he has held senior positions as an assistant minister, as a minister for finance, as a deputy prime minister, as president.
Yes.
Okay? He knows all these things. He knows how the government works. He knows what you're told and what is reality. He knows all this. He is a politician. In addition to everything else, he's a politician. Lately, the president has basically been coming and putting in timelines. He said in October, by December, power bills down by 33%. They didn't come down by 33%. He said again in the middle of December, by the end of this month, 15%. They didn't come down by 15%.
But at least they came down, surely.
But not by the timeline that he had put. He had
This
said
is by
December, 33%. December comes, nothing like 33%.
But
in the middle of December, he says, by the end of December, 15%. End of December comes, no 15%. Mid-January, some 15%. The other one he said is, by the end of March, we are in March, the other 15%. We are in March. The president himself has said that by the end, come April, what you are paying for your power in November will be 33% cheaper.
But then March, it's
end
the magic
of
month.
this month.
Magic month of March is now when we will see now that 33% completed, because we're still to go down another 18%. This again, same March, is when we're supposed to see now the last tranche of that 33% coming into actuality.
Why is the president setting himself up?
Every time.
I don't think he is. You know, there is a complexity that I have come to understand. My understanding may be faulty, but let me just present this faulty understanding that I have. That there are several levels at which this communication we are speaking about comes out and purposed. Let me explain. President asks, we are doing this thing. Minister in charge. Where are we? Minister. President, give me a moment. Parastatal in charge, or whoever's in charge, Kenha, how are we doing with this thing? Blah, 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 blah. Are you sure? Positive. Bring the contractor. Are you sure? Yes. That one, for a project such as this one, where you have an external force factor working in, you could more or less even understand when this road can be completed. But when you then have to go into government itself, I've come to believe that when the president of a country makes a sort of statement that our president made and said we are losing 2 billion shillings on a daily basis, what in essence he was telling us is that there are things within my own government that I have no control over. I have tried to get control, but I have no control over. There are sections of the government, there are machineries that seem, in my opinion, they work independent of the president. They work independent even of the CS. They just work. So when people talk about cartels, it's not these individuals whose names keep being mentioned. No. When it comes to government, there is no way you're going to do the things you're doing as a businessman if these people within that system don't agree with what it is you're doing. You on your own as a businessman, you're not going to be able to do it. So my thought, remember I said, chances are it's completely misguided, because I can't see a situation where any president has information other than information that he's given. We have times when the president has gone and cross-checked information, like when the late president, Daniel Arap Moi, was going to be buried, and we were supposed to have a function at
Nyayo Stadium.
Government was working the way it normally works, with the future in mind, okay? And the past ever present, okay? So he takes a drive, realizes this thing's not working, changes. You have a situation where we wanted to rehabilitate 2 railways, Nanyuki Nairobi, Nairobi Kisumu. The usual discussion seemed to have taken place, and it took a completely different tangent.
Okay, CT.
Yes.
Going with what you're saying now.
Yes.
Same president.
Yes.
Took a drive on a Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
And went to Nyayo National Stadium.
Yes.
And saw that things as he had been told were not happening.
Yeah.
A little bird came and whispered in his ear, whatever. Told him, look, Oga, this thing is not happening the way you thought it was supposed to be. So he said, okay, let me go and see for myself. And lo and behold, by the next week, brand spanking new, Nyayo Stadium. All right? Same man. This is not somebody else. Same man can see. So the people come and tell him Expressway will be finished. Why can't it be? Why can't it be that he said, okay, hold on, folks. I can see very well this thing will not be finished in the next 1 month.
He's going to see it.
But he was there.
But he was right there on the expressway. He was speaking from the expressway.
Yes. How long ago was this?
In December.
Precisely.
On the 23rd.
Okay. Folks.
Even then, how much worse was it looking then?
Folks.
And now, because you've given example, CT, same gentleman went and took matters into his own hands, literally, because he could see what you're telling me and what I can see are 2 totally different things.
Let me give you another example. 5 billion shilling given to Ministry of Health, COVID-related ICU, get well quickly, buy hospital beds, build this. Forget the drama that followed it. Council of Governors.
We are ready.
Not ready. Very few counties have actually been able, but everybody, except these few counties, have actually done what needs to be done. President says, okay, sends his own investigative team. Counties. Not even 5 had met a basic threshold. Meaning, the money had just done what the money does in the system. What am I saying? I am saying that even with the road, again, I may be misinformed, but let me just speak about my misinformation. The president is going to come up and say, I was misinformed about this road. This road is not going to get completed very soon. From what I've seen here, what I was told then and what I'm now looking at. My thoughts.
Yeah, but at that point, it'll be too late.
For?
In public opinion.
For?
For him.
Why?
He'll be trying to recover.
The arrows would already be out.
It's March.
But why is he recovering?
Here we are. We are in March. We are saying, Mr. President, we expect you, as you promised, to drive on this road from Machakos to Rironi this month.
Don't worry, you want to.
Now he comes and says, you know what? And this is again the other issue. You have said it very well. The president consumes a lot of information. The president is one singular person who consumes a lot of information. The president, not Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. The president. As Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, yes, he has his friends, he has people who can tell him this and the other, he can be misguided. But as the president, he has multiple sources of information about the same thing.
He does.
Right?
He does.
So when he's told this by this person, he has powers to actually get information to corroborate what is being told from 3 different other sources.
As we have seen.
So when the president comes to inspect the progress of the expressway in December and he sees it, and he also knows very well the progress of the other parts of the road because he has sources of information, including social media, and then he commits to march. It's the same thing when he was receiving the report from the Ngumi task force and he commits the government to delivering something 33% by December. And then that doesn't happen. And then come December, he comes and changes the story and says, by the end of this month, 15%. It doesn't happen.
Yes. The president has
We are now in March. We are expected to now get to that, the extra 15%, because they even revised Ndu. It was initially 33%. When the president was speaking to us on Jamhuri Day from Uhuru Gardens, he said 30%.
All right,
15% by the end of December, 15% by end of March. We are in March. By the end of March, we should have the other 15%. If it doesn't happen, again, it's an embarrassment for the president to come and change the story.
I don't think
because he'll do what he does. He will not come and say, you know what, I was misguided.
You say, at least we have
He'll
done
come
this.
and say, you know, we are on course. Same thing he told us in December. Finally, because that was this, finally, I made a promise. And because I made a promise, let me just give you an update. We are on course to achieving the promise that I made.
We are on course.
Even, let me give you another example. Big Four agenda. What were we told? Big Four agenda by this time, 1, 2, 3 would be done. In 2021, what were we told? Well, you know what we've actually done is that we have laid the foundation for a lot of these things to then be built.
Correct.
Because it was clear, again, these generals to whom you've given the responsibility are giving you a different timeline. They're giving you a different set of conditions now. And so then what you do is you change the language to say, all right, we've built the foundation upon which now these other things will come about and be built. Why? Again, setting yourself up for the constant scrutiny that would come against you, rather than for you to just say, you know what, we're working on it.
And the question
Let's
that we
go.
want to ask, in fact, let's even ask the people, okay, whether they agree with you. 0719-012-600 after this break. Is the president misguided by his advisors, by the people that he has appointed to these positions, or is he part of that misinformation? Does he actually come and make a promise knowing full well that this is impossible, or does he actually believe that it is possible, only that he's been misguided? Let's take a break. We are live on KTN Home, on SpiceFM and online. SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. This is Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
SpiceFM is taking you and 4 of your friends to the movies courtesy of everyone's favorite delicious fruit-flavored soda, Banter and Anga Cinema. All you have to do to win movie tickets for your squad to an exclusive pre-screening of The Batman is to brush up on your Batman movie trivia and join me, Yolanda, and DJ Absolute on Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. for your chance at a front row seat to witness cinema history.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There is no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, Okamba, lack of traffic. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us like August. some miracle is going to happen.
The sun is out in Nairobi, 17 degrees, highs of 28 and lows of 16 rather. We'll see highs of 29 in Nakuru. It's sunny at 17 and coming down to lows of 12. 10 will be the low in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 15, highs of 28. 27 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret, currently at 17, coming down to lows of 11. It's partly sunny in Mombasa at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And we're looking at sunny conditions at 26 in Malindi, highs of 31 and lows of 25. Kisumu is sunny at 21, highs of 31 today. We'll see highs of 33 in Kakamega. It's currently sunny at 21 and we'll see lows of 15. The sun is out in Kampala as well at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 19. And it's raining in Dar es Salaam at 28, highs of 32 and lows of 26. 16 and sunny in Johannesburg. 25 will be the high and lows of 14. Mostly clear in Lagos at 26, highs of 32. We'll see highs of 32 in Kinshasa as well, where it's cloudy at 23.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, a few minutes after 8:30, what are we looking at? On Jogo Road is quite packed going towards Landis and then out towards the roundabout at Kamkunji, spilling over to Haile Selassie Avenue from that direction. It's also coming out hot and heavy from Gong Road onto Haile Selassie. We're looking at Valley Road into Kenyatta Avenue. The CBD is actually quite packed. All roads lead to the CBD this morning. Coming off of Mombasa Road, it's a bumper to bumper, folks, from the SGR out towards General Motors. ICD route and then using the southern bypass into the city might be your best bet now if you want to avoid that. Otherwise, enjoy the sights and sounds of the construction of the expressway. Kiambu Road continues bumper to bumper well into Ridgeways this morning, and the Thika Superhighway continues to give off that bumper to bumper action as well. We're in the middle of traffic hour, folks, and it looks quite tight this Monday morning. Let's keep it sane, shall we? And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
All right, it's 25 minutes to 9.
94.4 Spice FM
continues. We are talking about presidential promises and pledges and whether the president is actually misadvised, constantly being misadvised on various things. This latest one is what he said when he was atop the expressway on the 23rd of December, 2021. And this is what President Uhuru Kenyatta said.
And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated date of March for completion of this road is bound to be met. And I will be very proud to be able, as Waziri here again has said, to drive all the way from Machakos turnoff, all the way to Rironi, and hopefully at that point, launch the road from Rironi to Mau Summit, thereby reducing the gridlock that people have experienced that has added to the cost of doing business in our country.
As Waziri has said, hopefully.
I am confident. Which hopefully are you putting in here, City?
So is it that Waziri said hopefully or that he is hopeful?
No, you didn't hear him say
He said he is confident.
You want us to play again?
Yes.
Okay, here it is.
And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated
semantics city.
No. Bound. Had he said will be met, certain to be met, bound.
Yes.
Nope. That's hopeful.
Bound is hopeful.
Yes, it is. It's likely. That's what it means.
Our intent is for it to happen.
I am
You
confident.
know what I'm saying is true.
No, I am confident.
He started off
with what
with
Waziri
the
has said,
precursor to everything else that he
that
said
the set
thereafter
completion
was
date
he is confident.
is bound to be met.
Bound, yes, but not certain to be met. Not absolutely definitive to be met. Bound, likely. Look, When the president of a country decides to engage his citizens directly, because this is what's happening, it's direct engagement, not through direct. And every incident and example that I gave, that's a president engaging directly with the people. He will come back and say, that Rironi drive to Machakos and vice versa, not going to happen in March. He'll come back. We will hear it.
We have never had the president come back and say it's not
Come
going
back
to
on
happen.
his word and say that the thing I told you was going to happen is actually not going to happen.
It will
When
happen.
has he said that? Ever. For anything else?
0719-012-600. Is the president being misadvised, misguided? Or is he also aware? When he says this is going to happen, is he aware that it's actually not going to happen? George in Nyeri, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Ndu and City, how are you?
We are very well, thank you, sir.
How are you?
And before I make my contribution, City.
Yes.
You need to change your looks in these political uncertain times. Unajua the next time tukienda kushika midhika, we might come for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So dye your beard.
Thank you very much.
You need to do something. Okay, now to the topic.
Yep.
It's not about the president or the CS or Kenha. It's about Jubilee government. You see, it has been built in a series of lies and hopes. Let me call them lies because we are promised things that eventually come. Some even may not even happen. And something else, I think we also have a problem with our president. We must admit that. Either he is guided and he decides to take his own way, because something might be wrong somewhere. Because it's not the first instance that we have a problem with the presidential advice team or the president himself. You remember even with the Somali border row, there was still something we couldn't understand. Is the president aware of what we are indulging in, or he just thought this is the best way? So we have a major problem, and it's in the government itself, the Jubilee government. In 6 months' time, Kamarin Stadium. So it's not the president himself. I think it's the president.
There's something in the water.
Yes. And he knows that we are Kenyans. Na tukiambiwa I will be driving on the expressway. And we are hopeful that the president will do the same. And if he doesn't do what he said, we are still okay because we are Kenyans.
We live with it. Thank you, George.
Yes. Yeah. Have a nice day.
You too. 0719-012-600. George is saying it's the presidency. There's something. I mean, promises are not. Put a timeline, and if you don't meet the timeline, it's okay. What is the see? We are in progress.
So I said 33%. See, I gave you 15. So we started.
See, we are doing something. We're doing something about it. Andrew says, concerning presidential statements, let's revisit lifestyle audits, 100%, 100 polygraph machines with operators. Remember that time? We're going to conduct a lifestyle audit on all procurement officers. In fact, who were sent home. All of them. What became of that? President says, in 30 days' time, I want a report on KEMSA.
You see, my point exactly.
Which
this is really my point.
Which is what?
The president engaging with the public. And remember...
You people who don't understand timelines and dates and calendars.
There are three things I've said. The things that I don't wish to talk about, I will ignore.
Okay.
There are three things which I said. Okay. One, I said, from an informed perspective, when the president utters these things, it is with consultation and with assurance that it is so.
Okay.
And then he goes and says, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it.
Okay.
Now, he sets it in motion. Then I also said, I have come to understand, perhaps I've been misinformed, but within the structures of what we call government, there are units that function and they're outside the control of the president. Again, my uninformed view, because how else do you explain the president saying something and intending it to be so, and then it is not so, and he is the president?
More than once.
Many times. Many times.
Gibson in Kasarani, good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Yes. My contribution.
Gibson, please switch off your radio.
Yes. It's I'll switch it off.
Okay.
Yes, my contribution is about the correctness and accuracy of what the president has said. Because from his recent speeches, there has been several inaccuracies. For example, you remember the other day in Sagana when he said that fertilizer prices have gone down.
Yep.
That was not accurate. You remember his State of the Nation address the other day. There were several facts which were not accurate.
Like which one?
Number one, he said that the economy was growing. I don't know from what number to what number. That was not accurate.
But what are you basing this on?
I'm basing this on for example, when he said we were from number 12 to number 6, I really doubt if that is the case. If you look at the World Bank and the IMF, it is just because a country like Libya, which is the economy of Libya was destroyed, so that made us come a little bit number to move forward with one
so
number.
We are number 6.
But it's not,
But
it is not because of growth.
If I can just jump in, I think that there are certain things that we must then be careful of. Is that to say that if we're going to counter something that has been said, then we should actually have it steeped in facts. In this case, for example, when we've said that the president has said, we will reduce electricity fees by 33%, and we can see that by a certain time it has not been done, then we can say it is clear that has not happened. But if their numbers were given in terms of inflation or world numbers here and there, if we don't have a counter argument based in fact, then it would be difficult to say that somebody is not presenting a true state
All right,
of the
let me
situation.
just take a simple example without many numbers around it.
Okay.
Remember when he said about the KEMSA report, 21 days?
Yep.
Where is the report today?
We're on the 7th day.
Him himself.
Yes.
Maybe the days are not going concurrently. But if you check the president, sometimes we need to differentiate between the president.
So do you think, Gibson,
and the president?
Do you think the president is misadvised? Or do you think the president is part of misadvising the or of misleading the public?
I think the president is misadvised and he never verifies his information to get a second opinion.
Okay. Thank you,
He just
Gibson.
gets a first opinion and he stands with it.
Asante, Gibson. Have a lovely day.
Same to you guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Karanja in Naivasha, good morning.
Good morning, Nyeri, Kidu City.
Good morning.
Yes, let me first of all condemn the previous guy who said that they will come for Muga. In fact, that situation room is a room of it's a clarity. You have clarity. You have a decorum. Somebody cannot say that in a national radio.
Nobody can miss.
Yes, yes. Somebody cannot say situation room. I may say it's a national radio.
It's okay, Karanja. Okay. Let's talk about the president.
Okay, now, I think the president is totally misread. Given the fact that these people who advise the president, I think they live in Mars or Saturn. They don't live where we are living today, because you remember President Kibaki was also misread during the orange and the banana time, during the referendum, that time. You remember?
Yep.
Now, I think the president is totally misread. And whoever is advising the president should take our note at the start, looking forward and see what the Kenyan needs and what we are about to. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you very much, Karanja. Asante sana. We are calling you, we want to hear from you, 0719-012-600, talking about the various pledges that the president has made over time. This particular one, the current one, he said in March, because of the advice that he has received from the CS for transport, from the contractors on the ground. He is confident that the timelines given, that by March the expressway will be complete, that timeline is bound to be met. And he said he actually is looking forward to driving on this road from Machakos Junction, which has been under construction since 2017, up to the Kitengela Junction, expansion of the road into dual carriageway, get onto the expressway at Mlolongo, terminate in Westlands at ABC Place, get onto the new road also that has been under construction, expansion from ABC Place to Rironi, and that's the Maimahiu Junction. He said, I am actually looking forward to driving on those roads, and on that same day, launch the new project, which is the construction and expansion of the road from Rironi Junction to Mau Summit. Ali in Mombasa.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ali.
How are you, a lady and two gentlemen?
We're fine, thank you, Ali.
Quite okay. Just got lost some time.
Yeah, good
but,
to have you on the show.
I will put the blame solely on the Minister for Transport, Kenha, and the project managers of these three projects that we've been talking about.
Okay.
They cannot sign a contract without knowing the cost, without knowing the time span, and without knowing anything. When they sign the contract, they always know everything in there. And they give an example of 20% contingency time or contingency fund to make sure if there's up and down over there, they can be allowed to either increase or to reduce the cost of that project.
Okay.
As for the timing, it's the same thing. But unfortunately, in Africa, it's not happening. In somewhere Far East, a minister banned himself because he says there will be a school built and it wasn't built. And he banned himself in the public, calling all the press concerned. Look, I've come here, I want to give you a press conference regarding this school. And at the end of the day, he banned himself.
So, Ali, you're saying
the
president. So you're saying the president is misled.
Misled, totally misled, and the people concerned has to leave so that they can secure and give the credibility to the presidency.
Thank you,
Next
Ali.
time when they are being told to do something, they should think twice.
Thank you, Ali. Rufus in Juja, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
One thing I want to commend for your show. At least it is exposing the leaders that we elected. That it is time we work with our brains, not through our tribal lines or voting through emotions.
Okay.
So about the topic.
Yep.
I think one thing that our president has been is guided by the people who are supposed to tell him the truth on the ground. So they usually hide a lot of things from him. And when he's talking, he talks through the way that those people are feeding him, but not what the situation of the country is. And I think that that is taking our country down the drain.
Okay.
Yeah, because these are not happening.
And they're wrong. Thank you very much, Rufus. Eric in Upper Hill, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, good situation team?
We're fine, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
I usually tell people from around 2015, I've never trusted anything that comes from the presidency. Then when COVID happened, I made the mistake of believing what Uhuru told me, and I left work early to go and shop because now we were in lockdown. But I realized after Uhuru speaks, you have to wait for the clarifying statement from relevant ministry or relevant authority. So I'm not sure if Uhuru is the misinformation or he gets fed the misinformation. The only thing I know, anything that comes from his mouth, I give it 2 or 3 days for a clarifying note from the relevant ministry.
You don't take it at face value.
Just wait 48 hours. You'll get the right picture.
Hey, that's a tough one. And actually, thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
It reminds us of, yes, those times when the president has come out during COVID and has announced these are the measures that we're going to implement within the next couple of hours. Flights grounded. Train grounded. Curfew starting from this time. These counties are declared a disease zone, so no in, no out. And then it's a flurry of activity. Next, clarification. Actually, flights have until such time to operate. Then the train, it's okay. It can operate.
Yes, a pragmatic president will understand how it is you present a palatable picture when you know that your underlings, I'm using the word underling here deliberately, have cocked up.
Okay.
So you realize, you ask, hey, buenos dias, this thing, this is what you're saying. Okay. At some level, he knows that this thing may not quite work. But how do you, as a president, present your CSs or people who are in charge as incompetent buffoons who don't know what they're doing? No, you don't.
Well, maybe you show that you are in charge. Where, if they are. If that is the case, that they're giving you false information, that they're doing they're not even doing within the lines that you have drawn for them. And if they are fulfilling that description that you've given, why not just call them out and say, yes, incompetent buffoons have given me this date, and it's clear that it's not going to happen.
That is calling yourself an incompetent buffoon as well.
No. How many times have we said that he may not necessarily be in control of things because the people who are doing these things are not him, that there are others, that in the presence of the CS, he said 1, 2, 3. Based on information that I have been given, I am therefore confident. Now you can see that these individuals clearly are giving you a false picture of what it really looks like. Call them out and say, these folks are not doing what they ought to do. If you ask me, it gives you a leg up.
Really?
Yes.
And why did you appoint them then?
You see, if somebody is incompetent in an organization, that doesn't fall on the CEO or the HR director.
Oh, yes, it does.
You say, why did you hire this person? Because they're displaying incompetence.
Yes,
that is why you have these periodic reviews of performance. If you have periodic reviews of performance and then somebody does not perform, somebody underperforms, you deal with them at that point. It's them. They leave. It's not the CEO.
You call them out. Or you give
but
them
if the
a period
CEO
which
keeps the person who is clearly underperforming in office, then it's a CEO.
You have heard what I have said.
Yeah, we have. The whole country has heard what you have said. Has the whole country understood what you're saying? I'm not sure. It's 4 minutes to 9. We've been live on KTN Home. We want to say goodbye to that audience, but we are continuing the conversations on SpiceFM. Dennis Itumbi, who is a digital journalist, will be joining us from 9 a.m. to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly of using social media for campaigns. This is a conversation that you don't want to miss. 94.4 in Nairobi, in Mombasa, 87.9, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 in Eldoret, 90.9 in Nyeri, 97.7 in Malindi.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
And I am confident that with the kind of speed that they are moving at, the indicated date of March for completion of this road is bound to be met. And I will be very proud to be able, as Waziri here again has said, to drive all the way from Machakos turnoff all the way to Rironi, and hopefully at that point launch the road from Rironi to Mau Summit, thereby reducing the gridlock that people have experienced that has added to the cost of doing business in our country.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, so that's it. Let's wait and see. Just like everybody's saying, look, when the president makes these statements, you ask yourself, so who's responsible?
Yes.
Ultimately, though, who's responsible?
President.
Bas.
But a pragmatic president must also not appear to be vindictive just because there is a credibility gap. They must be able to extract some good. The drive from Machakos to Rironi, that is extracting good by suggesting that hopefully, as I've been informed by the CS, should this road be ready, I will be able to drive. That's extracting good. That's what a pragmatic leader does.
Indeed. But when you see, indeed, very good, CT, well done. You need to give yourself a clap on the back for that. But then when you see that this behavior is repetitive in nature, that every time you have to come back on things that you have said, then the pragmatism can take a seat. Pragmatism can take a seat. You see repetitive nature of this
I think CT, you have a headache. Let's do this. Let's give him Cipladon.
In fact, I think you need it.
500 mgs is has aspartame.
Yes.
1,000 mg is natural.
I want the one with the orange flavor.
That's the one that
That's the one, aspartame.
That's the one I
500
want.
mgs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make up your mind.
Good
Is
for
it with
children.
an orange flavor or is it aspartame?
We're going to go with aspartame, okay? All right. So we're going to take that and you can use it. Aches, pains, joint pains, all these other things associated with the cold and flu. Because clearly it seemed to be clogged up a little bit here and there this Monday morning CT.
Can I also use it if I'm anticipating pain?
I think we can use it if we're anticipating your pain. All your good pharmacies across the city, as well as Chandarana supermarkets, don't forget, CT, if these symptoms persist, if these symptoms that you're displaying this morning persist, you need to see a doctor.
How do you spell
medical
Cipladon?
advice. Cipladon.
Cipladon.
C for
Cipladon.
Yes.
Not C of
Not C
situation.
Not C of the sea.
C of your eyes are looking. Yes.
C of city. Cipladon.
Yes. C of CT.
It's an effervescent, works 2 times faster. Take it like that. Mara that. Your headache is gone.
And you'll be
on all your pains. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Keep it right here for more. In the next hour, like you've said, Dennis Itumbi comes in. Let's talk about social media, misinformation, disinformation, misinformation, all of it. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Education says for the subject mega container at the 2021 as the 2021 KCPE kicks off across the country. You will then monitor the progress of the examination at various centers. Meanwhile, Interior CS Fred Matiang'i supervised the opening and distribution exercise in Machakos town. The exercise happened at the DCC's office, Kathumani, Yatasat County container. ICTCS Joe Sheru was in Kajiado town, while PS for Early Learning and Basic Education Dr. Julius John witnessed the opening and distribution of KCPE exam scripts at Kisumu Township. A total of 1,225,507 candidates are registered to sit for the exam in 28,316 examination centers across the country. NEC had indicated that the figures represent a 2.75% candidature increase compared to 1,191,752 candidates who sat for the 2020 KCPE exam. The candidates will sit mathematics, English and English composition today. Tomorrow, they'll start with science, Kiswahili Lugha, then Kiswahili Insha. Wednesday, they'll conclude the exams by sitting social studies and religious education. Now, Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Sarah Ruto, has expressed satisfaction with the way the exercise of distributing examinations to school has been deployed in Eldoret. Speaking after leading the activity in Tarwasa County, she said that the KCPE exam is very important for the candidates, so there is a need for stakeholders in the education sector to work together in order to achieve it.
Our students, because we've just started off distributing the exams, and there are just a little bit over 18,000 such distribution centers in the country, and we are in the one that is serving Tarbo area. Just to give you an example, in this particular container, we have distributed papers at the moment to 134 schools. Some of them are sharing the examination centers, 134 schools. and a total of about 29,000 candidates. And this is going on everywhere in the country. And so far, everything has started off well. There have been no rains, so it's going well.
She added that strategies have been put in place to ensure that cheating is good.
The collaboration is just to ensure integrity and fairness. Unfortunately, the cost of cheating is very expensive to everybody. It means it's also not fair for all children. And that is why we go to these measures. And so as a society, if we grow to be more honest, then it also means that things proceed on in the better way. But so far, the collaboration has gone on very well. Each center manager is accompanied with a security officer. Each side know their responsibilities.
Still on matters of education, and Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Mohammed Malim has promised parents and candidates that no candidate will miss the forthcoming national examinations due to the insecurity in the region. Speaking during a PS dialogue meeting in the Rook area of Baringa County, the RC assured parents that security will be provided at the examination center to allow the candidates to do their exams peacefully. County Commissioner Abdirazak Jaldesa confirmed that security measures have been put in place to ensure that candidates complete their examinations in peace. Meanwhile, in the coastal strip, the Coastal Regional Security Department has been forced to use KDF officers to transport KCPE national examination papers to some of the exam centers in Lamu County. Coastal Regional Coordinator Johnny Bengata said the move is to ensure that all candidates in Lamu County are able to take the exams without interruption. Speaking after leading the opening of the KCPE exam container in Mombasa, Bengata said the officers would also be deployed during the KCSE exam. He has given assurance of adequate security during and after the exams, warning those seeking to disrupt the peace that they will meet with the law.
In Lamu, I think we have elaborate plans. You know, we have other partners there in this exercise, KDF, for example, and the National Police Service. We have agreed that in places where vehicles cannot reach, KDF will be able to lift this exam. And I think it's doing that this morning. We also have elaborate escorts for the exam in all parts of this region. So we don't have challenges as of now. What you expect is that kids, the students or candidates will be able to sit the exam without any fuss for the next 3 days or so. And even the next exam, we have similar arrangements.
Internationally, and a civilian disaster is growing in Ukraine as attempts to evacuate residents of besieged port city Mariupol failed for a second day, with the President Volodymyr Zelensky denouncing murder as he warned of more shelling to come today. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're still in traffic a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Still seeing it quite grisly quite messy on the Thika Superhighway getting out into the city. We're still going to see some of that for some time. Okay, folks who are coming off Mombasa Road a few minutes ago, and this is right around that Syokimau area. This is after the Weybridge, then heading out past Sabaki towards the SGR. It's really slow there. Folks are saying if we could even have traffic police there to try and make things a little bit easier. It is quite messy. Traffic has started as far back as Two Rivers today, and that's coming out then in that direction. So if you haven't left, you might want to find an alternate route. It is really, really messy. And also looking at the Thika Superhighway, that continues Kiambu Road, absolute mess. Westlands and going in that whole direction of Peponi, in and outbound traffic is still a thing. A few minutes after 9 o'clock, let's see what it looks like at 9:30, but it's that Manic Monday. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Get in touch with us there. Text on 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
7 after 9.
The
How
only
are
way
you?
to
It's
start
the
your
7th
day.
of March 2022. Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this lovely Monday morning. We have a guest, Dennis Itumbi. Before we introduce him, let's hear the day's proverb, City.
When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
When the stomach gets full, it tells you to sing.
That's a Moroccan proverb.
When the stomach gets full, it tells you to sing.
Among other things, of course.
And you need somebody singing there, whistling and all those things.
That's stomach. It's really difficult to whistle when you're hungry.
Ameshiba.
It also tells you to sleep. It also tells you to sort of like just hang out.
And be arrogant. You develop some level of arrogance when your stomach is full.
Yes.
Those things, what are you people cooking?
It's burnt ugali. Wow. And that's what that's what you've been stuffing your face with.
Yes. Some people, what do they eat, man? You know, the thing that they're cooking, it smells.
Umeshiba.
Umeshiba. Dennis Itumbi, a digital journalist and very many things. Good morning.
Good morning.
So what title would you give yourself?
Just digital strategist and passion fruits farmer.
Passion fruits farmer.
Yeah. I do a bit of pig farming too, but let's do passion fruits farmer for this.
Why passion fruit?
Well,
why not just farmer?
Well, going further into the details, why is Latiff presenter, not just journalist? It's a detail.
Why? Okay.
Touche.
Okay. Nice. Sour. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. It's good to have you on the show. Yes, we had already said that you're coming in at 8. And you did not come in at 8. Explain yourself. Because our audience may think that we started kicking you out and saying that you couldn't come in.
Farming has some dynamics, so I really apologize. Instead of explaining too much, I am sorry for being late. It's not like me to be late. I am absolutely sorry for being late to Kenya's biggest show. I am sorry.
Okay. We see that you still have a plaster on your arm and your leg. This is basically that an arm and a leg price that you've paid for something. How are you doing? We know it's public knowledge that you got picked up by some people on some certain day after you'd gone to cut your hair, and the next thing that we are seeing is photos of you being wheeled into a hospital. Next thing we are seeing is you with a plaster on your arm, a plaster on your leg. Let's start with the present. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Absolutely fantastic. I am not where I was on the 23rd of December last year. I am no longer doing crutches. Can walk on my own. I can bear weight or using my right leg. I am feeling really good right now. I mean, doctors I did an X-ray last week to check progress, and doctors are giving me some good prognosis. Now it's only 1 more month that my hands will be operating normally, and in another 1 week or 2, I'll be out of plasters on my legs, and I can now finally do shoes. There's a fair side to the crutches now. I no longer, I didn't have to buy any new shoes for the last few months, which is something really good. I can come in studio with sandals. You know.
And nobody will question you, you know. What happened, Dennis?
Well, these are rogue police officers who basically came and told me I'm under arrest. I asked for their ID. They flashed their ID. They bundled me into a car. The only good thing is that between where they lifted me up at the barber shop and where they had parked their car, next to where I'd parked mine as I got the shave, they gave me some time. So I decided to shout and basically say, guys, these guys are arresting me and they're not giving me a chance to call my lawyer. So please just take their details just in case. So they took, guys, there was a car wash opposite the barber wash is still there, and there's a salon. So guys came out and took the number plates and stuff, and I think that informed the first reaction on social media for guys to basically try and trace me, family, friends, and just basically the general population on social media. So once I was bundled in the car, they got handcuffs, tied me, took my hands on my back, and blindfolded me immediately. Then they took my phones. Now they couldn't switch off the phone for some reason. So I told them the only way is to use face identity. At the time, I was actually not clocking my phone on face identity, but my strategy was for them to undo the blindfolds. But of course, they declined and instead chose to throw out the phones out. And once they're done with the phones, they got now into my cash. I was going to send mom some Christmas money. It was around Christmas, and that's why I was actually leaving the house to go send mom some money and meet someone. So once they had done that bit, they began a conversation. First on the radio call, the police radio call that was in the car, I could hear them saying, this is logistics.
So you had cash on you which they took?
Yes, because I was going to put it on M-Pesa to send to mom who needed some money to prepare for Christmas. So when we got...
on the radio call?
Oh, yeah, on the radio call. So on the radio call, there was some conversation. Whoever was on the other side was telling them, this is Commander Logistics 1, can you confirm you have the subject? And this guy...
You heard this?
Yes, this I had.
Okay.
So then they were responding and saying, yes, we have him. We have picked him outside Quickmart supermarket, because the barber shop is opposite Quickmart supermarket on Kiambu Road. But one problem, sir. Now the guy reporting, one problem, sir. Our car is exposed. Please send a car to replace this one.
Mm-hmm.
So as we drove, after that radio call, they then asked me, they told me you have to change your political persuasion to meet that of the boss. So at that point, I got my chance to respond and told them, who is this boss? Because, it could be a person who will share a political ideology. They told me, utajua. And then they just started kicking me with blows to my stomach, to slaps, and anything physical that they could be able to two on the back. Then there was one in front who was commanding the whole operation, and there was a driver. And they were telling the driver, kanyanga kabisa twende, So after some moment, the car stopped. Of course, I didn't know where we are. When it stopped, we waited there for about what I would estimate to be about an hour. And at this point, they were now doing what I would call psychological torture. Open up the boot, close, open up one door, close. One guy leaves, goes, another one comes on this side. It was just some...
All this time, you're still blindfolded.
I'm still blindfolded. I don't know where I am. I'm at the back of the car. I tried things I cannot, that I've only watched in movies, like, can I go for a short call? Can I get some water? But, of course, they declined all those strategies. I tried to engage them in a conversation, and nothing was giving. So at one point, I gave up. These guys only beat me physically. The ones now, the first phase. Then they told me they are moving me from one car to another car. So at that point, when now they got me to this other car, they told me I have a transmitter in the body, which they intend to remove. They were saying that I was already transmitting stuff. I think at this point, there was too much activity in social media. That's what I would assume. And they were saying that I am already transmitting whatever is happening in my at the torture place to somewhere. So they literally took scissors. I could feel the scissors, and they were cutting away the clothes. They cut off. I was in a short, some sneakers, and some half coat, and so they just cut off all that and threw it out. They even threw out the shoes. I was only left with socks, otherwise completely naked. Then at this point now they took a rope. So the rope went onto my handcuffs across my body, and then on my hands. My hands were handcuffed behind, but now they are tied also the rope across it, and the legs. So literally you could lift me up using the rope. Then they told me to lie with my face down, and then some guys came, and I could hear the crude weapons. You could hear something like a panga sharpening. You could hear some crude weapons hitting, and at that point all those things landed on me. There was what sounded like a bakora. There was what sounded like an hammer on my ankles, on my knees. My knees actually are still not yet fully recovered in terms of stretching. So after that, at one point they took what sounded like the other side of the nail, and they went to my private parts and they were trying to hit it. I think at that point is when I completely lost. I think I blacked out at that point because I didn't know what else happened until much later, when now I came back to my senses and I could hear them now. They didn't notice when I came back, so I could hear them saying, clear that traffic, call traffic 1 to clear. So I didn't know where we were, so I could hear them doing that. Then we hit a bump. So the bump, I think the hit on the bump was too strong because my blindfolds went up, not completely, but went up. So these guys actually thought I had seen them. So at that point now, they put their fingers into my eyes, almost like instinctively, both of them on this side. And that's, I think, the point that brought the bleeding, because now they said, "Hautawahi tuona tena. Hautawahi ona tena kama umetuona," and they kept doing it. And also now they came to my fingers. They said, "You will not blog about this," and now they took the hammer again and they were doing it. But at that point, there was another voice on the radio call. I think now at this point, the radio call was saying, "Uyo jamaa muweke pale mko anywhere there is a lot of pressure." So these guys just took a sharp turn and left me. It was where we were, it was raining. They left me in what looked like a bushy area at the time. And it's from there I had two choices. I could see now the cars that left were two double cabins, a black one and a white/silver one.
So you're still tied?
No, at this point, they have already
they had untied you, they had removed the handcuffs.
By the time I came back, I didn't have all those things. So I don't know at what point they went out. So, but I'm still blindfolded. So when this guy throws me into the forest, he takes away the blindfolds. I would think it's because of the fingerprints. So they remove them and he goes and tells me, "If you scream, we are going to come back and finish you." So anyway, after they leave, I then start walking. It was a very painful walk because I could feel a lot of pain. I get to this junction, some bodas come, of course, because naturally, even when you're driving and you get a naked guy, I mean, you would not stop. Even me, I wouldn't. So I tried to shout and tell them, "Look, guys, you can stand away from me, but just listen to me." So that group of boda went, then a second one came. So the second one, a guy said, "Itumbi, nimekuona kwa TV and I know you." So the guy came to me, told me, "I have a client, let me try and convince that person to leave, then I take you to hospital." But as he went, because of the slight traffic that had been caused, one guy with a car came and told me, "I'm Boniface, nakujua, I follow you on Twitter, nataka kukusaidia, nikusaidiaje?" So I told him, "Wacha niingie kwa gari, nikwambie." At that time, I didn't care whether it's another second episode of the whole thing I've gone through. I just needed somewhere to sit and be comfortable. So the guy told me, "I know you, and they know I can't take you to hospital when you're naked." So he took me to his place. He took a bed sheet. No, he actually came with a shirt and a bed sheet. So when I tried to wear the shirt, I couldn't stretch my hand. So I told him, "No, forget about this. Let me just throw the bed sheet." Then I told him I just need one thing. I'd left the house without eating anything or nothing. I want a Fanta. That time, that's all I needed. So he got me a Fanta, took the Fanta. Then he asked me which hospital he takes me. I told him the nearest. So he took me to Neema Uhai Hospital. At that point, I asked him, "Where are we?" He told me, "We are in Lakisama." So I laughed, actually. All this time, these guys have been in Nairobi with me. I thought they have taken me somewhere in Kakamega Forest or something. And so the guy took me to hospital. I requested him to call the number I had offered of my brother. And after that, everything else went as it went. I have since recorded a statement with IPOA and with DCI.
Okay.
Of course, many people have said, Yusuf, the reaction immediately that went on social media, or the conversation we're having today is on the use of social media. Reaction on social media immediately, some people have picked up Dennis Itumbi. We're looking for Dennis Itumbi. Then Dennis Itumbi has been found. He's being taken to hospital. Then the pictures started emerging of Dennis Itumbi now being wheeled into hospital. Of course, now you know, which is the other thing that you always constantly deal with. People saying, very well played, Dennis. Very well played. I mean, that was a beautiful script. You should get an Oscar for all that acting. What do you tell, when you read that and you're in pain, what comes to your mind?
Actually, I engaged with that social media for the first time shortly after hospital because I refused to get a phone in hospital. I wanted to heal. My first reaction was, you mean there was actually somebody who thought I staged the whole of this thing? For what benefit? I wanted to engage them on social media immediately, but something else told me you don't have to. I mean, these are scars. It's pain I felt. I spent on an ICU bed. I'm the one who got the injections. I'm the one who went through the pain. I'm the one who paid. I went through a period of pain and trauma. So I don't need to explain to anyone about what actually I experienced.
Well, I'll tell you what the detractors would answer you. It's a small price to pay. It's just an arm and a leg for a political campaign where you're there. You are running a political campaign on digital platforms. The people we saw coming to visit you immediately are the people from your side of the political divide. UDA politicians, Hustler Nation and all. So, I mean, The accusation here is that you're using all these things just to propel a political messaging.
We're in a better place, Latiff. If we have moved from people doubting to a place that it's a small price to pay, brilliant. It's a good thing.
Is it a small price to pay?
Of course it isn't. To many people, the political rise needs drama. It doesn't. It just needs strategy and a little thought. And you see, Latiff, what I have never said in public is that I am not doing political campaigns in Kenya only. I've done a political campaign in Tanzania for the opposition there when Lowassa was head of Chadema. I've done a political campaign in Malawi. I've done a political campaign in Namibia. And I've done a political campaign in Nigeria. Why I couldn't say that in the past is because I was in State House. And you see, the conflict of at the time would have been, why are you doing a campaign for a foreign nation when you're already working for State House? So if it is something I wanted political payback, I would have gotten it in Malawi. I would have gotten it in Nigeria.
Sure. Dennis, do you see a direct correlation between what you blog on, what you comment on, the campaigns that you ran in the country, and what happened to you?
Absolutely. I mean, by the time the abduction happened, I was running something against the IG of police. His son, who was drunk driving at the time, according to my sources, and no one has come out to say that's not true. Or he was driving drunk, drove off the road, hit a woman, and then flew off the bypass and hit two boda guys who then died. So I was running a whole campaign around that and asking, why has this guy not been charged? Today, as I speak at Kenya's biggest show, that guy has not been charged in court. The two boda riders have been buried. The woman who was hit is still struggling to pay a bill in hospital. I mean, it is completely unfair.
I hear you, and with all due respect, you're not the only person who asks questions in the public eye in terms of what's happening with government. Why would they come after you?
On that issue, I was alone, by the way. I mean, on that issue, I persistently put it alone. And that's one. Two, because you asked about a series of things that I was doing at the time.
Right.
There was a special unit set up at KRA to go after business people who support the Deputy President, William Ruto. I put it in public. The person who is in charge, Scott Mushemi, kept calling. And when I did not pick, he called my friends. In fact, we have WhatsApp messages which he did severally saying, please remove that post because it's going to make my life and work harder. That unit is headed by the National Intelligence Service. And the guy who heads it is from NIS. That again was done through the Hustler National Intelligence Bureau, which was specifically around me. So when I say about these campaigns, they are actually personal and individualized. And so there was motive for anyone to think, yes, if you silence that guy, these things stop. What they do not understand is that whereas I'm the one who expresses, I have a very serious team of young people who actually do the research, who go for the sources. I am just their face. So even if you remove Dennis Itumbi, there will be 100 other Dennis Itumbis who will do the same thing. So it's a waste of time.
It's like you're saying it's like little heads that will just continue or the same thing. Is there any kind of personal vendetta in what you do?
I wouldn't have any personal vendetta. My only motivation is what I would call system facts. As long as it's factual, is it true, then I run with it.
Dennis, if I hear you correctly, there are two things here. What you've mentioned as having been said by your abductors, and the suggestion or the mention that there is a certain mkubwa whose views you must align yours with, and then this campaign which seemed to have targeted a relation of the IG, and the persistent mention of an incident that occurred and the aftermath. So, do I hear you to be saying that the two are related, and that because you say that your abductors were rogue policemen, and the IG is not the IG of the Coffee Board of Kenya, he's the IG of the police force, that the two are related?
Absolutely. I'm actually saying, just to put it a bit more plainly, that in my list of suspects of who commandeered the event, number 3 is the DCI / who I call the Lamada PS Kebichot Internal Security. Second in my list of suspects, and this is my personal opinion, not Spice, so that then you don't get people coming here with lawsuits. At number 2 in my list of suspects is the KRA Special Unit on Taxes that is headed by Mr. Mushemi. And my main suspect is the IG of Police. And why the IG of Police specifically? This Commander 1 logistics that they kept calling on the radio call of police is actually the one that was deployed at the scene of this accident to clear the scene. In fact, police say it is police officers, including OCPDs, have told me directly that this logistics team is used to clean up stuff for the IG of Police. You remember Alcoblo? Alcoblo in this country was removed because of the same son of the IG. He was arrested because he was found to have he was found to be drunk driving and was arrested and put at Langata. And that incident, immediately after he was removed, there was a statement from the IG saying alcohol should not be used. I mean, there has been misuse. And unless there are people who are courageous to say it, even when it's not
But Dennis, the issue of the alcohol, there were very many people who took that case to court. And there were court pronouncements on the same. So,
actually,
yes?
Actually, there was no decision at the time. Remember, there was a court decision, which
You're
was
about
appealed
an
by
earlier time.
Yes, that's an earlier time. This is after it came back out of a court decision at the Court of Appeal. It was stopped by the IG of Police. If you go back to your archives, you find the statement that came. And speak to police. I mean, you have a beautiful newsroom with intelligent people here and good reporters. And in the current media scene, the Standard is actually very high on proper investigative and in-depth reporting as opposed to other papers. And I'm not saying that because I'm in the Standard. It's the truth. If we engage them, and to speak to police because they have police contacts, you'll find the same sentiment, that the alcohol was kicked out shortly after that incident.
You know, one of the things that perhaps is easy to say, and we usually mention this show, that when we hear people's name mentioned directly, and we thank you for being forthright, we will look for an opportunity to call them so that they can also tell us what it is their views are on this particular subject.
Fantastic.
But the other thing that you mentioned was that you believe that it had to do with a position you have, a political interest that you lean towards, and a certain political personality you support.
That's true. I mean, why I mentioned the Lamada PS Kibicho is because I was arrested in 2019. And the issue then was that I had claimed that there was a meeting of senior government officials to plan for the assassination of the deputy president. When I went to court, the first thing I did on my arraignment was to produce a video in court. And what did they do? They applied for that video not to be played. If they were interested in the truth, then they would have allowed me to play the video in court and set through the issue. I am still hoping, because we are almost at the tail end of this thing, that they will allow me to play the video in court. Because I was not claiming. I have the video, I have the evidence that the PS Kibicho stood in that meeting and said that we would stop the deputy president using all means, including stopping him like we did to the late Internal Security Minister, George Saitoti. I am not composing it. It's on video. It
has not been admitted in court.
Yes, the court gave orders.
All right.
For us not to play it.
Why?
The court, because they said that can be used in my defense case. So we are almost there, and it shall be played. Beyond that, I have 2 affidavits since then of 2 people who attended the meeting at Lamada, who have put it on sworn affidavit, saying exactly what happened, including minuting it. So at the appropriate time, we will give those details. So from the question you're asking, yes, I have a firm position, but it is backed up by facts, because I've also gone through not only journalism training, but journalism practice, and I value facts. In fact, all my social media life has been informed by factual information. Like every other publication, sometimes I get it wrong. And when I get it wrong, like any other publication, I admit, I apologize, and I withdraw. But on this one, I have not, because it's true. By the way, they told us, and if you go back to the Standard had a very big headline that FBI has been brought to investigate the matter. When we went to court on cross-examination, we asked the DCI investigating officer, was FBI here? And the answer was a clear no. When we went to court, one of the main witnesses in the case was PS Karanja Kibicho. When he was called in court, he said he has nothing to say. So, I mean, these are factual things. Only that our media also needs to learn about day 2 reporting, especially on court matters. Court matters are dramatic when people are arrested, if it's Tabitha of Keroche or Humphrey Karaoke of the Wines and Spirits. It is very dramatic during that arrest. But when things go to the second level, we forget about them. Day 2 reporting is very poor in Kenyan media.
Let's take a break. It's 29 minutes to 10 o'clock. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Situation Room. Our guest this morning is Dennis Itumbi, political strategist and what farmer again?
Passion fruit farmer.
Passion fruit farmer. We are talking about using social media, especially for the campaigns, the good, the bad, the ugly side of social media used during political campaigns. This is what we're discussing. Let's take this quick break, take a look at the traffic and the weather. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani Maternity Hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he was cleaning. He cleaned
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 16. At 20, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 29 and lows of 12. 10 will be the low in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 18, highs of 28, and 27 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 19. Mostly sunny in Mombasa, highs of 31 and lows of 25. We'll see highs of 31 rather, with light rain in Malindi right now. 26 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 31 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is sunny at 26. It'll go to highs of 33 and lows of 15 today. The sun is out in Kampala as well at 23, highs of 28 and lows of 19. It continues to rain in Dar es Salaam at 28, highs of 32 and lows of 26. At 18 degrees, Johannesburg is sunny, highs of 25 and lows of 14, while it's partly sunny in Lagos at 26. We'll see highs of 32. 32 will also be the high in Kinshasa, where it's mostly sunny at 24. Much warmer in Beijing at 17 this Monday afternoon. That will be today's high, going to lows of -1. And it's getting cooler in Paris. -1 currently, highs of 8. It'll come down to lows of -1. And 4 degrees and cloudy in London, highs of 7. And New York, warm day at 16. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 5. Getting out of traffic hours soon, but there's some roads that have not gotten the memo because it's still quite heavy on the Thika Superhighway. Also, certain parts of Mombasa Road today going out towards the city, still experiencing the clog up. Kiambu Road is a totally different story. Bumper to bumper, very slow, gridlock. Which other adjective can you use to describe it? Throw it all in there because that's Kiambu Road for this morning. Not happening, folks. So what else are we seeing? Okay, so there's an option. Head to Ruaka, proceed on to Gasharage, Gashie, and then connect to Ngesha. That's the way to get out of that because it's an absolute mess in that section of the city. All right, through the morning, let's talk. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Minutes to 10. The conversation continues with our guest, Dennis Itumbi, political strategist and farmer, who is currently focusing on passion. Because previously, this man has told us about pig farming, I don't know what. So pigs maybe, it's not the season.
The season for pigs.
It's not the season
Right.
for pigs. Okay. We're talking about using social media, for campaigns or during campaigns, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You have done this for many years and for various campaigns. You've told us, you were involved in the TNA URP Jubilee Coalition campaigns in 2012, 2013. You are involved in the 2017 Jubilee campaigns. You have also done campaigns in Tanzania, in Nigeria, in where else? Malawi. Where else? Namibia and Nigeria. Okay. So would you say, Dennis, that there are people, including yourself, and you don't have to tell us which examples if you just say yes, where social media is basically used to manipulate views of the people, where a certain narrative is created on social media, and then you use that platform, or the social media platforms, to propagate that narrative, knowing full well what you're trying to, it's not 100% factual, but you know very well that what you're doing. And then you use the knowledge of social media, herein insert 32 bloggers, etc., to propagate some information.
I've never shied away from saying that I have had 35 bloggers. What is the problem of creating 35 jobs for young people? That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Second, creation of narratives, that is the purpose of politics. You have to create a narrative that you believe in, a story, an issue.
Must you believe in it?
Yeah. That you believe in, yes. I mean,
I
started by saying I have always done factual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So a factual narrative, yes, I have run many campaigns on factual narratives. None that I regret.
Are there those that run campaigns that you can see clearly this is not factual?
Maybe I wouldn't point out that. What I would say is, yes, a report released around early this year, Twitter itself admitted that they have 11.7 million fake accounts or pseudo accounts. The problem is most of us, I'm sure even you, when you're getting on Twitter, you didn't read the terms and use of Twitter. You just ticked so that you can get your account
I agree.
in fast. One of the terms of use of Twitter is actually that you're allowed to create a parody account. So there's nothing wrong with creating those parody accounts. So if you're asking whether parody accounts have been created, yes. But those parody accounts are allowed by Twitter. So it's just using the platform to the full. I mean, when I came to SpiceFM...
So the truth is in admitting that they are parody accounts, but parody by its very nature doesn't necessarily mean that it's based on truth.
It is actually, because you admit. That's why I've said you haven't read the terms of use. The terms of use clearly state you have a parody that clearly states it's a parody. So there's no problem.
One that clearly states it's a parody.
Yes.
But one that does not clearly state it's a parody, then that's a problem.
That's a problem.
So when you
especially when there's a clause there, I think it's clause 8.1 of the Twitter terms of use clearly states that if I create a parody of Eric Latiff and pretend to be Eric Latiff, as long as I do not declare and Eric Latiff as an issue, then that's a problem.
Yeah.
But if I create a parody of, I'm seeing Link Jr. on KTN on the TV here, and that Link Jr. doesn't exist, I'm the one who has created them online and I've given them a life, there's nothing wrong. So in terms of, it's just a strategy. Like when I came to SpiceFM, I sat on some beautiful leather seats outside the studio. It is just a process towards that, which is not illegal. It is legal. So, I mean, use of social media, you cannot fault people for reading their terms of use and using social media well.
So Dennis Itumbi can create 35 different accounts as long as he's not impersonating anybody.
Fantastic. And it's allowed by Twitter.
And Dennis Itumbi can then use those 35 to tweet, retweet, comment and all on one particular post, which then games the system. Because when it goes to Twitter, Twitter sees these are 35 people who are having a similar conversation. So let's elevate this conversation because it appears to be gaining traction. Is that a problem according to the community guidelines of these platforms?
Absolutely not. I mean, even this media house has those accounts. I can point to you next time when you call me, you tell me to come up with your own strategy on what you're doing on your social media. And by the way, again, And it has been proven on other...
We don't have fake accounts.
It's not fake accounts. That's the problem.
We don't have multiple accounts created by SpiceFM that keep retweeting what SpiceFM is actually pushing.
But you engage people to run particular narratives in the standard media groups where those people who are engaged have those accounts.
The official accounts of SpiceFM, yes.
Yes.
But not other accounts.
But you engage people in the standard media group. And if you give me the permission after this, I'll go and tweet them out if you want me to prove to you. Standard media group has engaged influencers to push positive campaigns. And those influencers who have been engaged have those accounts that they create to be able to make themselves influencers and make a business. It is a business, Latiff.
There are community guidelines for these platforms.
Fantastic.
And among the things that they'll say on these community guidelines is you do not do something like that because you are gaming the system.
No.
You're trying to skew the algorithm.
What Twitter did, they filtered out accounts that were used to put narratives that were not true. And you remember most of the influencers in Kenya lost their numbers.
Yep.
Ask yourself why those who have large numbers now did not lose or have not lost. And then that process is now monthly. They weed out those. Ask yourself why Twitter has not done it. Twitter has gone further, and Facebook also has gone further and zeroed down devices. So that if you have a laptop, a mobile phone, an iPad, you cannot use them multiple to register more than one account. It has gone further to try and make sure that these accounts are active and they're pushing a certain thing. I mean, if I have an account for passion fruit farmer, I have an account for pig farmer, and I have an account for Dennis Itumbi, there's nothing wrong.
Sure. It's the thing that you're using these accounts to say.
Fantastic.
The messages that are coming out on those accounts. And by virtue of the fact that these other individuals, pseudo or otherwise, are saying certain things, and there's a particular narrative then that is being pushed by them to appear as though this is public sentiment, where it couldn't be, because what you're doing then is influencing the way people think about a certain thing. And in this, are you saying there's nothing wrong with that? Because you can have so many accounts in terms of numbers, does it then now give you the right to say some of the things that you're saying using these other individuals or accounts? Let's pretend that they don't have people behind them.
The right, yes, it's supplied by the terms of use of Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay to drive a certain narrative? Yes. I don't quite get the problem there. I mean, I want to say the best candidate to vote for is Eric Latiff for president. What's the problem of having as many accounts say that? I don't see where the problem is.
You've actually
you have the same IP address has 17 accounts that are saying the same thing. Surely, Dennis.
No, if it's copy and paste, you are just saying Eric Latiff president because he's watching TV.
Yes.
And all those 17 accounts are saying that.
Yes.
That is manipulated posting.
There we go.
But if the 17 of them are engaging on a topic, I sincerely do not see the issue. By the way, people have created, are engaging. There's an app now created. Even Twitter polls, you can influence how people vote. So, I mean...
What is the reach of social media, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook? What is the reach that it has in Kenya?
Okay, so last I checked, I think there's some statistics we'll open up before we finish. But last I checked, Facebook is the biggest in Kenya. Then... surprisingly, YouTube is second. Instagram has edged out Twitter to third. And now Twitter is at number 4. The others follow.
All right. How profound is this reach in rural Kenya?
Absolutely. I mean, I have you see what happened with the concept of metaverse and combination of WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, for instance, is that then the reach has been amplified. So if you tweet from SpiceFM, they take a screenshot because not the reach. What you're asking about is the reach of the smartphone. But once you take a...
no, that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, because you see Facebook, why I think that is what you're asking is because you see, for you to do effective Facebook, you have to have a smartphone.
Device.
So the device is as important as the platform. So people take the screenshot. I am in a village group. I'm in a WhatsApp group of my village church. So in terms of reach in the rural areas, Facebook has gotten there. Twitter is mostly, up to around 2020 when you did a good survey on Twitter, it's mostly an urban conversation.
What's the percentage of the reach? If I believe everything I read, you are vying for a certain post.
Now that's now I think at some point you'll ask me about fake news because that is actually
no.
not true.
I'm just asking if indeed you're vying for a particular post.
No,
you're not.
Yes.
The larger population in this country happens to be in a rural area. That's really what I was asking.
Yes.
So when we talk penetration, I'm interested in percentages because if indeed via the smartphone or via whatever means you are able to reach people, and the vast majority of our people are still in the rural areas. That's the question I'm actually asking.
Yeah. So the reach is actually 88% for Facebook. Partly because Kabambe phones that are coming in the new generation have Facebook. They have managed to integrate Facebook. What I was trying to tell you is it does not correlate with smartphone penetration, which is at 60% as we speak. So in terms of the rural areas effect of social media, it is not, what has happened is even information, like now this show is informed by social media and is being heard in the rural areas. So the integration of the entire media spectrum has made social media get the reach that it would not have had otherwise because of internet penetration into the rural areas. But because of the integration with that, even presenters doing their morning shows or their afternoon shows are also reliant on their social media to craft their messaging and their topics, then has given it a wider reach. Yeah.
So very many people are actually now able to access information on various social media platforms. And in fact, I've seen even a classification where WhatsApp is also classified as social media, which is part of the metaverse and the giant Facebook metaverse. So let's talk now the politics of it. Is this what you people are doing? You are in the William Ruto campaign, Hustler Nation. Yeah. Is this what you are doing, using a lot more of your social media to reach the people? If you look at previous campaigns that you've handled, starting with 2013 to 2017 to now 2022, would you say you're reducing the percentage that you're using for legacy media and increasing your percentage of use for social media?
That's a very interesting question because I've received a lot of calls from mainstream media sales on advertising, and I can tell you from SpiceFM that campaign advertising, at least from where we sit, will significantly go down for this campaign. Very giantly, significantly. I'm talking of where the spend in 2013 for media was around in between 300 to 1 billion for legacy media advertisement. In this election, it will be under 10 million. Partly because you've noticed, and that's I think what you're also asking on the reach of social media, that you can actually do events without legacy media or advertising. I mean, we have tried. Last weekend, we were launching a youth movement called Radical in Limuru. We didn't do any advertising. We didn't do any media show or interview to publicize it. It was purely social media. And the place in Limuru was full with more than 3,000 plus people. Tells you that there is a place for digital democracy. And the digital democracy in 2013 was mainly pushed through churches. So events in churches, because I think of the prayer meetings at the time and the reaction from the opposition at the time. In 2017, it was a social media election because most of the conversation happened there. But in 2022, I think it's a video election. If you look at that, YouTube is at number 2 and Instagram is at number 3 and TikTok is quickly coming up, it is largely a video election. So, I mean, if anyone is doing a digital strategy for any politician now, the investment should be on a video editor and a cameraman.
So is there a need then for some regulation to get into that space? Because you see on legacy media, there are things that you will not air without knowing that the Communications Authority is breathing down on you, or even the Media Council of Kenya. But on social media, you go, you create a Facebook page today, you live stream an event, you say whatever you want to say, cut that up, you share the information and videos on social media without checks. Is there a need to actually regulate this space?
I think that's where now, I got in trouble when I worked in State House for saying we needed some form of regulation for this space, which I stand with. It is not regulation from outside. We need self-regulation. Just like the media is not regulated, it is self-regulation. We need some form of self-regulation by social media users, bloggers, innovators coming together and creating a council backed by law, because the media regulation is backed by the Media Act. Lawyers are backed by LSK. Engineers are backed by a regulation through the engineers' professional body. Medics have a KPMDU. Bloggers will not survive for long, and digital users will not survive for long without a form of regulation. And regulation is not bad. It also empowers. I mean, you also get some money pumped in. People can do projects. You can now diversify. You can go do climate change and get some 10 people who are sponsored to actually go and look at climate change and sell it on social media. Regulation also brings you representation, so that if you're arrested, there is legal representation and stuff like that. So I think regulation is not bad, but it needs to be self-regulation.
Sure. Also, regulation then comes with saying that folks need to bear responsibility for some of the things that they say. So, Dennis, do you think then that folks need to be a little bit more careful, especially politically, because it's such a huge space, this social media, and previously people have been allowed to basically get away with murder. Now, when we're looking at political messaging, don't you think that those who are the originators of this content need to be really, really careful about some of the things they say and the narratives that are being pushed out?
I cannot agree more. I fully endorse your statement, even if put as a question. I remove the question mark and adopt your statement.
As said.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have the campaigns that we are seeing. All right. We are seeing the campaign, William Ruto campaign, the Azimio campaign. This information that is coming out of the Deputy President's trip to America. Did the Deputy President go to the White House? Did he not go to the White House? Did he? All this is happening on social media. How do you counter this with the truth? Because we actually, at some point, you get confused. Is the DP going to the White House? Is he not going to the White House? Has he gone to some other building, the Eisenhower building, or is it? Where has the DP been?
When I came to Standard Media Group, actually, because of traffic, I jumped out of my car and got into a border. When I got to Standard Media Group, as I was coming up, the radio showed me, kept telling me, this is the editorial section. When I got here, I was told this is Vibes Radio. I was shown another station here. I think it's
called Berur,
a Kalenjin station.
Yep.
And then I was shown SpiceFM. So was I in Standard Media Group or not?
Oh, for crying out loud, Dennis.
I was in Standard Media Group.
Right. Yes, you are.
Okay.
So in the event anyone then doubts whether the Deputy President was in White, I worked in State House just before I come to that. I worked in State House. There is a cabinet office in State House. Then there is PUAS, which is the First Lady's office. It's a whole thing about, on 1 acre. There is a staff office. It's called Nakumat. If you
Why?
If you want it, you get it, because all the staff are there. Maybe
everybody's there.
Accountants or whatever. So if you want anything pushed, you go to Nakumat. So once you get into those gates, are you in State House or not? So my answer to that is this: anyone who doubts that the Deputy President was in White House, because I really find it a convoluted argument or discussion. So if anyone doubts, I think White House has a Twitter account. They can ask, and if they can't, I will try and get the number of their press office, because I think it's public. Then people can place a call. Especially journalists should be able to place a call and find out from White House, as opposed to us, because whatever we say.
So in which room did the Deputy President go to? Did he go to meet with the President in the West Wing? Did he go to the East Wing? Where did he go?
Did he go to Vibes?
Did he go to Vibe, the Rur?
He met the National Security Council. Other is in our building, which White House has tweeted. Actually, they tweeted 2 days ago. The White House Twitter account tweeted saying that the Eisenhower building, there was a meeting there for African staff or something like that. And they were basically saying, look, this is White House. That is the essence of that tweet.
Okay.
So unless there is any other doubt, and as I said, I want us to go back to the fact that when you go to your house, it is your house. Whether you go to the bedroom, you go to the table room, you go to the whatever kitchen, it is your house.
Okay, so he was in the White House.
Yes.
The Deputy President has gone there to talk about, democracy is on trial in this country, the way things are going, democracy is on trial. This is a person who campaigned and won in 2 elections. Okay, 3 elections. Okay, between 2013 and December 2017. Why would he say that democracy is on trial?
Okay,
when he has been democratically elected, when he says he's been democratically elected as the Deputy President.
First, quick correction, he has campaigned and won elections since 1997 without losing any except the referendum.
Right.
Okay.
Second, I actually, in Vibes area, I was checking. Did the deputy president actually say democracy was on trial? No, he didn't. It's a creation of the media. If you go back to what was written and you go to the open quotes, at no point did he say that. But he said that there is a deliberate effort to push certain candidates to win the elections and manipulate the organizations that run those elections. Not IEBC, but for instance, the Ministry of Interior that has police, but who then intimidate candidates. As we speak today, a guy called Mukunji has in Embu, who is winning the Manyata seat on a UDA ticket, has been summoned by CS Munya, PS Kibicho, and what are they telling him? They give him 10 million shillings, he shifts to Jubilee, and if he doesn't, they give him a KRA letter, which they actually give him on the table. That is the manipulation he's talking about. A system manipulation of our candidates for the election. In fact, the deputy president in Embu last year said, and he still stands by that even if you are to put Oburu Odinga as the chair of IEBC, would have no problem. As late as yesterday, when he was meeting diaspora in London, he repeated the same thing. Do I look like a person, that's the deputy president, do I look like a person whose votes can be stolen?
Absolutely. How do people whose votes can be stolen
let me read verbatim what he was quoted as having said. In fact, the biggest issue that is on the ballot is the democracy of our nation and whether we truly have the opportunity to make free choices devoid of blackmail, threats and intimidation.
Why is rigging there? Why is democracy on trial there?
The biggest issue that is on the ballot is the democracy of our nation.
Yes. You see, when
so
Raila Odinga...
issue is not trial.
Yeah. When Raila Odinga wanted to say democracy on trial, he said democracy on trial. So you see what is happening, because there was a headline, I think it's today or yesterday, I think it was actually the Standard. Or is it today actually, where they say now Ruto sounds like
Ruto is the opposition and
the Raila of yesterday. So you see, by trying to get that phrase in exactly that form, is linking it up to Raila Odinga, which is not what he said. Intimidation, that's what I've told you. I mean, I've been abducted.
The headline on democracy on trial was a star headline last week.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I know. I mean, even the Standard, I think on the kicker,
the issue on the ballot is democracy. I mean, translate it however you want to translate it. What's the logical translation of that?
Yeah, the
biggest issue that is on the ballot this year is democracy.
Yes, and as I started by saying, he was addressing the issues of blackmail, intimidation, and threats, which are on the open court. And blackmail and intimidation is right here in front of you.
Okay.
People are telling you to align to the bosses, whoever the boss is. I've told you candidates are being called and offered money and being told if you don't, we give you KRA letters. So it has been there. So, yeah.
Dennis, you'll come again. We'll continue this conversation. Thank you very much for joining us on Kenya's biggest conversation. City, tell us the proverb as we go.
When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
When the stomach gets full, it tells me to sing.
Yes. Can City sing?
Oh, brilliantly. Here at 6 a.m.
Feel his stomach, my friend. Feel his stomach. And remember, Cipladon, effervescent, 2 times faster. Available in all chemists.
Indeed. 500 mg with aspartame, 1,000 mg neutral.
Kabisa. See you again tomorrow morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsline.